Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. The opening cutscene's great. But what we really want is to have way fewer thieves. A task that will probably not be obtainable. Alright, for our thief, we're gonna probably need a rapier to upgrade our weaponry a little bit. We're gonna need some of this most extremely leathery armor. 4 defense is better than the 0 that everyone else is gonna be having here. But it's not gonna be a lot. Hey, Culip. Yeah, we use a lot of alphabetized character names here. The reason is because on the NES version of Final Fantasy, the game will helpfully reorder your party every time that you stub your toe. And it's important to kind of know who's got what items equipped, how many spell slots they've got left. So using A, B, C, and D is a great and helpful reminder about what order the party should be in. What we're going to do here is just waste our turns. We are not allowed to do anything besides waste a turn until we have only one thief on the screen. So that we've got no thieves, the better. Is there any significant improvement using 4 thieves over a single thief? I mean, more meat shields could probably be the best chance that we've got. Have you seen any of the other solo thief playthroughs, especially the NES and PlayStation versions? You might be under the impression that there's going to be a really, really rough stretch at Astos, but you are correct. And we are going to need a whole lot of items from the 15 puzzle to fix that. And regarding for Strangleropes and stats, the Thief does have a fairly good number of Strangleropes early on. So I'm only going to be getting a stat every other level for a little while. But I will definitely want to have as many times as possible, both intelligence and a strong HP gain here for a little while. Because otherwise it's going to be kind of tough to get up to 50 hits. And also have enough HP to survive for a couple of turns in places. The good news is because you can easily buy big stacks of potions and they do a little bit more recovery than what you might be used to, you're probably able to survive through areas without that much of a problem. It's just the individual fights can be tough. Dan's taking a lot of damage here. I'm not a big fan of that, but let's go one more round here. I'll try and get another thief down here. You're reducing the imp damage by a fair bit with that leather armor. Not the most amazing thing in the world, but it is having a 4 damage reduction effect. So it is definitely possible for Dan to be slightly less devastatingly bad than this. That's rad. The one thing these are good at. And they're not even good at that. Look at ambush. Well, then there's Dan. And that is pretty much perfect. Alright, so we got rid of all the other thieves. Gonna take a little nap. And then we are gonna start getting our level ups here. What happens if Dan dies first, then all hope is lost. Alright, let's get to it. So I've got 14 HP for the next, or 14 experience points for the next level, which means basically any battle is going to be level up. So right from the start, we're going to be looking for that first endpoint. 1 in 8 chance of getting the intelligence point. We're going to be guaranteed the strong HP gain. So at least initially, you get 1 or a small number of freebies on the HP side. That's going to really help out a lot. Yeah, Thief has been heavily buffed for additional accuracy, which is great for the first couple of level ups, but becomes rapidly very useless. Once you cap out at 255, then there's just no more accuracy to be had. All right, let's see. Number 1, HP 22, Strength, Agility, Luck, no intelligence point. We're going to try again. I think Agility Luck is actually better than normal. Agility is not guaranteed here. But I would really like that endpoint because you don't have a lot of great opportunities to grab these. At least not for a little while. Let's try and change up the order that we do these attacks. Hopefully get a different final result for our level up. One of the problems that you have is that there's not a lot of variations for the initial state for your RNG. And so you can kind of get stuck in a little loop where you have the same combat results leading to the same level ups. We'll hopefully see something new here. All right, 23, that's new. Strength, Luck, no agility point. That was even worse. My level up should be hard-coded. If it wasn't a 1 in 8 chance, I think it would be a little bit more fun for these. If you had a 1 in 4, that's pretty tolerable in getting a random level up to happen. Maybe you're not going to get 2 at the same time. You're definitely probably not going to want to get 3 at the same time. But you can get a 1 in 4 without an egregious number of tries. That's the ratio for the NES version. For any stat that's not guaranteed, it's going to be a 1 in 4 of going up. GBA is 1 in 8, and they also throw HP and MP into the mix as well as stats that have a strong result, making it a lot tougher to get specific ones that you really want. All right, 26, that's the very, very high end. Strength, Luck. Okay. That is probably the biggest range we have ever seen for HP gains. Normally, you really have only like 3 values that you see. Getting the full 5-point spread may have never happened before. Getting 5 imps every single time may not be totally ideal here. I only need 3 imps to get all up, so it'd be kind of nice if we got a little bit of a break. Even though I can mix these up as I do these with different orders, it's not a huge number of distinct outcomes, as well as it's a lot of time spent for each of these kills. All right, see if this is a new one. 23, Strength, Luck. Doesn't help. Let's see if we can get a Grimp fight or a Wolf fight further to the north. Those would at least be very likely to be different results. And these are still a lot of imp battles up here, but hey, at least 4 imp fight instead of 5 imp. So we know it's going to be different initial conditions for the fight. It's worse than cold in your stocking. At least you didn't get virtual highlight. That comes later. Oh, intelligence for better damage with magic items. That is the idea that in the late game, or in the mid game really, you'll actually be able to damage things with magic items instead of just using your really, really crummy swords. 24 Strength, Intelligence, Luck. There we go. We got the point. 1 level down. 97 more levels to go. $87 total welcome in. It will hopefully not be 90 hours. It was 35 hours max for the other versions, and those are going to be way harder than this. I'm really expecting that Solo Thief, aside from the level up process, is going to be pretty smooth. You got a lot of big advantages in that the 15 puzzle is going to dramatically help you in that Marsh Cave Astro stretch, which is normally what really holds the Thief up. And once you get past Astos, well, really once you get past the Lich, then it's going to be very similar to other character classes for quite a while. Alright, this one we don't get any good guaranteed stats, so I'm going to just take the strong HP if we can get it, or intelligence, whichever comes first. Did not get HP. Did not get intelligence. We do not get to keep it. Your grandmother got you virtual highlight for Christmas. That is not too late to call child abuse. I got 5 imps. We know it's different. A little bit more experience than I want, but this is probably fine. We'll see what happens here. Alright, 2. Agility, stamina. Nope. Stamina's kind of nice, but while you are getting roughly the same amount of total gains from a stamina point right now as you would from an extra strong HP level, in long term, more stamina is usually better than the strong HP gains because you're getting a side bonus, but we probably need those HP gains relatively early in order to do things like survive 10 turns versus Lich. We're going to have really, really bad situations for the first couple of boss areas. Again here. 2. Agility, stamina again. Alright, we're not seeing much in the way of variations. I'm going to once again try that northern spot. At the least, it should be a slightly different encounter table, so you're potentially going to see different enemies up here. You can also go even further north and start getting things in the vicinity around Temple of Fates. And so having a bit of variety where you can check out a few different encounters is probably really good for getting the best chance at some decent RNG stabs of this. All right, 2 agility. There's the intelligence point. We're going to take it. Didn't get a strong HP game, but we got one other thing that we really wanted. And we get a preemptive here, so maybe we'll go for another level up. This one, I believe, is guaranteed to be both HP and intelligence, and while I could grab another point, you know, maybe get a strength point on the side, I feel like we have earned a little bit of a break. There's only a handful of these in the entire game where you get both at the same time. Let's enjoy it. What more is it? 26. Okay, so we need 5 more imps. It's doable. This one, 2 more imps. Any fight would be enough. Alright, let's get a level up here without going into the inn. The 30 gold is kind of relevant. Just a little bit of time savings to stuff level in first. Those are the big HP gain coming up. You're going to have a bunch of HP to recover. And in the early game, the inn is going to be the most efficient mechanism for HP recovery by far. Just can't afford that many potions. Alright, let's see what happens. 27, strength, intelligence, luck. So we didn't get anything that was not guaranteed, but we are Still taking it. Because we are not proud. Got the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 remake. Yeah, it's a pretty fun little thing. There's a lot of invented content because the further back you go in the Dragon Quest series, the simpler the games get, so they have more of a need to invent new things. So I definitely recommend kind of playing it in the chronological order. Dragon Quest 3 first, which is not 100% like the original, but is pretty well aligned in terms of a lot of things that you do in it. And then doing the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 compilation afterwards and just seeing how different of an experience it is compared to what the original 1 and 2 were like. Because it is definitely different in a lot of places. They add so many skills and abilities and side quests and things that it is much more of a wholly new game compared to 3, which is going to be like a spiffier version with a few things tacked on. Because it was a weirdly compacted Dragon Quest experience. I mean, the original Dragon Warrior is very, very short. You start seeing the final spot of the game. All you gotta do is walk in a big circle to get to it. And if it wasn't for the leveling, it's going to be a game that takes like 20 minutes. So the original Dragon Warrior is extremely thin in terms of what it provides. It was just that it had a lot of personality in terms of like the enemy designs. The leveling is kind of fun after a while once you kind of figure out what's going on. And the initial exploration, when you don't know where to go, all the layouts of things, it's really death-defying trips through all the caves. That is kind of the meat of it. And then Dragon Warrior 2 really expanded that with the addition of multiple characters in your party, the bigger enemy groups, an actual kind of storyline almost. And it's exciting to see like how big of a leap that was, because these games are coming out essentially like 1 year apart. Dragon Warrior 1 to 2 to 3, Final Fantasy 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 are like extremely short development cycles. Let's see what we got here. Stamina, nope. Want something better than that? So while these are in many ways pretty simplified and compact games, they are getting produced at a rapid rate and you're getting big technological gains. Each generation, as they figure out how things work, new ideas they want to try out, things that are successful, things that are unsuccessful. So a lot of experimentation and learning is going on. All right, 2 stamina again. We want to get something bigger than that. Either intelligence or strong HP. I'll take whichever one comes first. Which is great because now it's no longer a 1 in 8 chance. It's more like a 1 in 4 for getting a level up. So hopefully being flexible between the two will let me take a lot fewer tries at it. A lot of the new things from Dragon Quest 3 come from the Super Famicom remake. Yeah, the Super Famicom one, which is also pretty much the similar-ish experience to the Game Boy Color ones. For Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 was a pretty major overhaul. A lot of the appearance of the game. And mechanically, they add in a whole bunch of nice conveniences. Got here 2 agility, stamina, nope. And especially for 3, that was kind of like the definitive version for how people played it. 1 and 2 didn't really get kind of that same type of lock-on to be like, oh, this is the way that these games ought to have been. But you definitely see it a lot with 3. Dragon Quest 3 for the NES was pretty ambitious in the character recruiting system and really overhauling how parties work so that it was not the slightly unbalanced mess that Dragon Warrior 2 had. I really love Dragon Warrior 2 for the difficulty for it in many ways, but it is horribly brutal in a lot of places. And Dragon Warrior 3 smoothed a lot of that out, except for the very end. Dragon Warrior 3 is very, very hard at the end. All right, 2 strength, agility, stamina, luck. We got everything except the things I'm looking for. Hey, the Omega Bear, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes there. With one thief, we are gonna need them. Let's try and mix things up a little bit for the turn order on this. We want to see if we can get some different results. I mean, level up with a lot of stack aids. Honestly, not that bad. You're getting like 3 bonus stats. That's extremely rare to see. Just not quite the ones that we want. All right, 2 stamina. Yeah, that's the low end. Try going up further north. Might make it up to one of the slightly different encounter zones up here. And there's some fights in this region that are going to be pretty rough for our thief. You know what, maybe we can make it to the Temple of Fiends. This is an abnormally long stretch with no encounters. You really don't see that very often in this game. All right, 2 spiders and a level up with intelligence and stamina. All right, we're taking a level up. Who knew that eating spiders made you smart? Well, we're going to grab the boxes. Don't know if I'm going to get more lobes in here. These enemies are a fair bit tougher than what we've been fighting so far. It's going to put the thief under a lot of pressure. 86. So we got a fairly big gap between the next level up. How boned are thieves in this version? They are so boned. They keep their bones on the outside. Alright, got our items. Let's try to get out of here. I probably should just drink the potion and call it a day. Otherwise, the thief is going to have a pretty rough time getting back to town. Just have a very, very high encounter rate for almost everywhere. There's a few places where the encounter rate is not atrociously bad. That's going to be Marsh Cave and Waterfall. But everywhere else, it is probably like double the encounter rate of the base game. And you're also moving faster, which means that you're going to have a lot less time in between fights, even if it was the same encounter rate for the number of steps. Hey, Beaming Saddles, is Astos going to be a problem? Less of a problem. Astos is going to be a matter of farming a lot of items from the 15 puzzle. If I can get a good number of fangs, and by good I mean a lot, then we don't have to worry about leveling up to do damage. Now, if we do have to level up, some advantages are the fact that we are going to have a much, much faster time leveling because you get roughly half as much experience required for each level up. And the enemies will have recalibrated their morale scores based on level 99, so your levels are going to be basically double. And as soon as that means we are going to have a lot more hit points. A pretty reasonable amount of damage. And who knows? Maybe it'll work out. Based on what Dan's got so far, maybe not. Yeah, one of the problems about leveling in the previous versions of the game is that you will eventually hit the point where your level is high enough that the enemies are going to fail their morale checks basically all the time. And as a result, it gets harder and harder to get anything productive for levels. Like, initially, it's gonna just be like, oh, every now and then one of the weaker enemies flees. It's not a big deal, because you weren't really fighting those to begin with. But as it goes on, and especially as it starts infecting the enemies that you actually want to fight, then it gets really rough, because you still have to attack them. They're still going to do damage to you for a while, and then they run away, which means you lose all the progress. And for PlayStation, what I ended up having to do was go fight in the Marsh Cave, because there was better enemies down there for morale. And that's just a horrible experience, because those are enemies that are going to be much stronger than the overworld, and you're not going to have an inn anywhere nearby. Which means you go in there, and you fight for a little while. Okay, now you got to heal, so it's walking all the way back from the Marsh Cave. The level process is pretty tough as well. You're still trying to get your lips manipulated even on the PlayStation version. So it was pretty rough. And that's with Astos being heavily buffed. Astos in NES is hard. Astos on the remakes is really hard for Solo Thief. Right there, 20 more to go. Okay, so that's a little bit more than 3 amps. 4 and 5 pack would be enough to put us over the top. For this level up, we're going to be trying to get the intelligence point. HP should be guaranteed. At that point, 100 HP, probably looking at a reasonable-ish Garland fight. We do a lot more damage than Garland does per round. And you would only need a dodge, maybe 2, in order to be able to survive Garland's attacks. Alright, try number 1. HP, strength, stamina, luck. No intelligence. Strength and luck are guaranteed. So the stamina point is a bonus. And again, stamina long term is better than strong HP short term. It's just, I don't know if long term really is going to be all that important. So unfortunately, the fact that you cap out at 999 pretty easily as a thief is going to work against us for the value that we're getting out of these HP gains. It's a lot of extra effort in order to get a temporary advantage. Hey, Greenly the Squirrel, welcome in. Are we getting intelligence on the thief? The idea is that after we get things like the Zeus Gauntlet and the Maid Staff, we'll have an attack that actually works on groups of enemies, if we have intelligence. Okay, 2 strength. There's the intelligence point. Because basically I've got 1 of 2 choices for the mid-game grind. I can kill things 1 at a time with a Ruin Sword, which is probably going to be pretty miserable. Or I can kill things in large groups. I'm especially thinking about doing a zombie grind for the Mega Elixirs, because this is a character that's going to need a lot of Mega Elixirs. And a big problem is that at the end of the day, we don't really know what we need for the finale. We just kind of know what's probably going to be an issue. Hey, Thibaut1, is there any virtual highlight tonight? There's always virtual highlight. 1 single frame each and every day, just as the game was originally designed. You get permanently stunned in the first dungeon. The good news is with the remakes, you can save anywhere. So it's way less of a hassle doing the longer dungeons. On NES, places like the Marsh Cave are brutal experiences. Ice Cave is really painful. But on GBA, if you want to, you can just save scum across the floor, save every couple steps, reload, and you will get no encounters. It's a tedious process, so ideally you don't have to do that everywhere you go. But it is going to solve the problem if you actually have bad enemies that you need to dodge. 160 to level up. Level 7 is going to be another one where we just take whatever comes first, whether it's HP or intelligence. Level 8 we get both guaranteed, and that's probably when I go to fight Garland after level 8. As our goal for tonight, I would be kind of shocked if we got through Lich, which is what every other character class has done on the first night. But I bet we're not going to be that far off. I think we're going to be in the process of getting ready for Lich. Maybe we get Vampire down. But we're going to be in that vicinity. This on the Pixelmaster version. I've done every single character class solo, no class change on the NES version. This will be the last of the 6 on the GBA version. I've done a couple of one-off ones. But if I was going to do another one of these series, I think it would be kind of interesting to explore more of the PlayStation version, having already done Solo Thief. Like, that gets the big one out of the way. And PlayStation is, like, this version with the difficulty really cranked up, because you don't have all of the extra damage from magic items. You have no access to the 15 puzzle. So that's getting rid of the ability for anyone without black magic to cast haste. You don't have, the Lit 2, Fire 2, Ice 2 items that you can use early on. It's a pretty rigorous challenge, but it's not brutally bad. Because again, remakes you can save anywhere. That's going to dramatically help out in all the places that you need to go. Two more. 30 minutes for imps. I want to say it was a good 2 hours for the White Mage to get past Vicky. Black Mage was pretty tough as well. Thief is going to be not as bad as those when it comes time to get the boat. Because even though 4 defense is not a huge number, it is better than having 1 defense. And a big thing is just going to be like getting the levels that we need. That's going to take a long time no matter what order that we do parts of the game in. Right, 52 more, so we got at least another level or another fight to go before level up. Yeah, Pixelmaster would be pretty hard for Chaos specifically. What works really well in this version is that you can hoard a huge number of recovery items for HP. And my plan is going to be some combination of Mega Elixirs from the Zombie Ds, Mega Elixirs from 15 Puzzle, Elixirs from 15 Puzzle, X Potions. We don't need any of the MP recovery, so a 999 HP gain is perfectly good. And if we can put together a decent-sized stack of those, then the Thief has enough turns to use the Hermes Shoes to get haste, so you get the fast spell. You got the Master, so you at least have a decent weapon equipped. You got the Power Glove, which a couple rounds of that, and by a couple I mean like 6 to 8, you're going to be doing enough damage to kill Chaos. Probably a few defense swords, so you're not getting pummeled by the melee attacks. Like, this is now like 12 rounds of prep. But with enough Mega Elixirs, that's doable. All right, here we go. First try. 2, agility. That's not very good. People AD 1, 2, 3. Welcome into our Solo Thief Challenge. Gonna be a good one. King Booty, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Well, solo Black Belt in the MSX version. I think Black Belt wouldn't be that bad. It's just the MSX version has really horrible graphics. All right, 2, agility again. Gotta try harder than that. Phil CKD. Hope you enjoy the Final Fantasy 1 playthrough. It's a really fun game. I did enjoy doing Final Fantasy 2 as well. It's got a lot of flaws just because Final Fantasy 2 is a bit of a mess in places. But the Pixel Master version of Final Fantasy 2 has some fabulous music. And it's definitely a neat playthrough if you get a chance to check it out. 365 is a solo Black Mage. Well, first thing you do is you get a lot of strong HP gains so that you have some hit points, and then you use just a lot of spells. It was actually pretty fun. Solo Black Mage did really well. Alright, 2 agility. Step here and keep trying to get something new. 2 agility is just going to be our baseline amount. The 2 is based on our vitality score. Every 4 points of stamina is going to bump that number up by 1. So it'll very slowly climb for what we get on the weak level ups. And then agility is going to be what is scheduled to be guaranteed for this level up. We would like to get either HP or intelligence right here. 22, we got the HP gain. Agility, I'm going to take it. We don't need every single strong level up for HP or every single level up for intelligence. We just need a good number between the two of them. So by the time that we get near the end of the game, we are going to have roughly around 50 int. And at the beginning of the game, we're going to just have enough HP to survive the bosses. Hey, Tyr, welcome in. Yeah, I think the black belt on MSX is not as bad as the Thief. That's why I probably would say it's not a horrible-ish experience compared to some of the other chances that you could take. And the hit point gains are very substantial, so you don't have to worry about your max HP being a problem. Makes it a little bit nicer in places. To make the Thief any less bad, you have a big accuracy bonus at the start. However, you're going to cap out at 255 relatively early. So other character classes are going to have the exact same accuracy as you have in the late game. And it makes it a temporary, but not really influential advantage. Aside from that, Thief is going to run from things easier, but you can just save and reload, so you don't really have to run from things. You get really horrible gear selection. There is just nothing for the Thief to use for the most part. It's going to be the same defensive items as the mages. It's going to be the rune sword as our best weapon before we get to the Mazmune. It's pretty rough for how it compares to other character classes. I just think that in this version, things have been sufficiently improved. But even a pretty rough experience is going to be way better than a solo experience on like the NES version. Hey, thank you for the good wishes there. Alright, we got plenty of time for this level up. I could just get the level up on Garland if I think that 129 is enough health to be able to win that fight. Because you've got guaranteed HP in it, you don't really have to fudge around with re-rolling it a whole bunch. To do something similar with the solo Black Mage on Astos, where if you pick a level where you have the stat gains that you already want, then you don't have to clear out a whole bunch of XP space in order to be able to take a boss without having to wrap the level around. The Rune Sword is the top end for the Thief. Well, you've got a bunch of swords that are pretty similar. Rune Sword, Coral Sword, and Dragon Sword all have roughly the same stats. It's just that between them, they're going to have slightly different values of critical hit rates. And on the NES version, that is based on the order that they are in the list. So you just pick the one that's got the highest critical hit rate of the three. But the essential points of them, it's going to be a sword that has roughly the same damage as a longsword. It's going to have roughly the same accuracy as a longsword. Just like slightly better in these properties. Not by a huge amount, but very, very, very small gains. And when it comes to the monsters that they do extra damage on, like, is that really that big of a deal? On NES, it doesn't work at all, so no. But even on the remakes, where you have a choice of a couple of different options, these monster elemental bonuses are pretty infrequently seen, and they are very, very small. Easy, look at me. Yep, we are doing this no class change. All 5 of the other character classes have already been done with these rules. You get one and only one, and it stays as you start. Very, very bad. The weaknesses work in this version? Yes, the weaknesses work in all of the remake versions. Once they got past the Wonder Swan era, basically all the bugs get fixed. And then on the PSP, new bugs get introduced. Alright, let's see how we do versus Garl. This is just kind of a test. Got some heal potions if we want to chug them, but it's going to be a pretty large number going back and forth because Garland's doing a sizable fraction of a heal potion per round. But I think this is probably fine. I saved the best for last. I've certainly saved something for last. That's something. Here's Garland. Alright, so we didn't even level up there with Garland take it down. I thought we were a little bit closer than that. This is fine. That just means that we have a very small amount to go on the way to level 8, which again, guaranteed HP, guaranteed intelligence, so is not really a struggle for getting the stats. After that, though, it's going to be a struggle. It's going to be the loot. Big gap between the rune sword and the katana. Normally, if you're going to be class changing, you get all of the other elemental swords in between. So you can use probably the ice sword or the sun sword for a while. Sun sword is very close to the katana, so likely it's going to be ice sword. You have some of those to spare. Then during that stretch between class change and Mirage Tower, it's going to be covered by something like that. And really, at the end of the day, it's not like the ninja is all that good at melee. They have a lot of deficiencies, and probably their biggest advantage is the fast spell plus the ability to actually use some decent armor. We're winning, we are building bridges. And that. We are 2 experience away from the level up. Alright, that's very close. We'll go ahead and get this fight done. Let's see if we get some bonuses. Alright, 25. Strength, intelligence, luck. I mean, that's basically the guaranteed parts of it. So, yeah, we'll take it. They smell better than the Opal bracelet. They're going to have the same absorb rating. They're going to have not that far apart with penalties. The ice mail is much lighter than something like the iron armor. It's got a couple percent hit to your evasion compared to like the 0.5% for the opal bracelet. And the nice thing is that it's going to be elemental resistance. So when you start getting things like the ice mail and the flame shield together, now you got 2 elements covered. You're probably going to want to have, you know, the pro ring at some point, so there's death resistance for a 3rd one. And that's going to be the best you can do until you have access to ribbons. And for any reasonable party, a desire to put a ribbon on a thief, which is not very common. At this point, we are just going to head across the Bridge of Destiny. Let's see how much pirate experience I need to be working with. So it's 40 XP per pirate. We got 9 of them, so 360 total experience. That is a fair bit more than we had for Garland. So this one might need a little bit of finagling to make certain that we are not going to level up at the pirate fight. It's already hard enough just to beat the pirates with some of these characters that have poor defense. Probably don't want to make it much tougher. Right, I'm thinking we might want to grab another strong HP gain or 2. I just don't have any guaranteed ones coming up for a while. We might be doing a bit of fighting around the Provoker region to make up that difference. I bet we can kill an ogre. Maybe not more than one, but that would be a lot more experience per fight than an imp. The Thief in your original playthrough on the PlayStation version of Act 1. I mean, some people like the challenge of having only a 3-character party. It kind of works because only 3 wins in the game. So, you know, somebody's got to miss out. That somebody is the Thief. Let's see. XP-wise, 336. So we at least need 1 level up here before we can safely do this fight. And we are not doing this. Those ponies are angry. But right now, the biggest thing helping me out here is just that the Thief might run away from things, which every previous character would have very little chance of escaping from these combats. I'm actually going to be able to take a little bit of a more leisurely stroll around to places, which is nice. There we go. All right, so 195 there. You really need 2 ogres for a level up, compared to a significantly larger number of imps. This has gone badly. All right, hands to it. Dan's doing fine. Then you know, things are not as they seem. First thing is going to be, can I buy a weapon upgrade? Oh yes, we do have the Scimitar. It is very, very slightly better than the Rapier. Scimitar and Saber are your choice of 2 weapons pre-Astos. They are both pretty bad. Scimitar is a Rapier with slightly more attack power, or slightly more accuracy. The Rapier is just bad at everything. And the Saber's the other way around. It's basically a Rapier with slightly more damage. And there's just simply nothing better until you get the Dark Elf down, which can be a chore. Oh, we're good though. I can grab one more piece of armor. Whopping 1 point of defense on the gloves. We love the gloves. Very nice. At this point, all that can go. I'm probably going to need to get some potions here for the pirate fight. I'm not going to fight the pirates quite yet, but pretty soon we want to try and go after them. I'm just hoping that there is decent enough hunting with our thief right now that doesn't take a really long time to get level ups. That's not very decent, I think. That's a pretty bad fight. We are mainly looking for 1v1 challenges. You know, 2 enemies, not usually that bad. More than 2, usually that bad. This could be good. Putting a lot of experience on the line. You get to see if you get the level up here. Either strong HP or intelligence. We take whichever comes first. We got absolutely nothing. Not even a single bonus. It's even better with the thief having a bunch of accuracy. It is still going to come down to when you get your breakpoints. Every big size chunk of accuracy is going to give you an additional attack per round. And yeah, there's some diminishing returns, but whether you have, 1 accuracy per level up or 6, it's going to be ultimately the same kind of sliding scale through those. So I don't think you really get that big of a difference, as long as you get whatever breakpoint that you need. Alright, Gerwolf is not quite that good. What are we doing, Dicky? We're going to try it the next level up. I just don't have enough experience to give right now to be able to take a level up without, or take a fight without getting a level up. So once I get this one done, then we're going to try and do the pirates, see how bad it is, and if we need more level ups, then we'll get more level ups. Yeah, I probably shouldn't even bother the double Gareth. Down to the south a bit. Different combat zone once we get down here. And then it's another different combat zone once you go all the way to the west. This is probably fine. Got antidotes in case this goes wrong. Werewolf was actually one of the fights that I was doing grinding on for the PlayStation version, but it was the werewolves in Marsh Cave to get a big group of them. It's a really awful battle, but that's one of the few enemies that wasn't running away once the thief got close to being ready for Astos. Alright, 2 strength, and a reset. At least a different result. The world record for wolves, way too many. Yeah, werewolves have poison touch, so you are potentially going to spend a bunch of money on antidotes if you do the fight. But with Solo Thief, it's at most 1 pure potion per fight, which keeps the cost down a bit. $23, we got the strong HP gain. I think that's worth taking. Let's grab it. We're going to see if we can do the pirates here. I've got enough XP in reserve that a fight is not going to level us. Got some heal potions to try to work with. At a certain point, you're just not going to win if you are drinking a heal potion every single round. So you don't need that many to extend the fight out. It's just like, all right, once you're down to maybe like 3 pirates, then you can kind of out-heal the damage. Let's see. If we can deal with pirates at level 9. There's no more guaranteed HP levels until 12. So it's a bit of work, whatever we decide to do here. Hopefully we do get a lot of these dodges. They are really helping out a lot. This is way less damage than we saw on the mages. Dragonfire 4269. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 38 months end. I definitely hope that you have been enjoying the Agabus. I don't know if it's 6 pirates that we are health positive on the heal potions. 5 I feel pretty good about. So that does mean surviving 2 more rounds. This looks very doable. It's just going to be a matter of getting a little bit lucky for turn order. That definitely helps. And we also need to get a little bit lucky with dodges. That does not help. Dan, you were so close, and yet you were defeated. Alright, I feel like this is going to be workable. Good turn order. Now can we get some dodges? These first couple rounds are pretty important for just getting your baseline established. You need to be able to get a couple of pirates down without taking way too much damage. And so it's nice when you go before the pirate does, so it loses its turn. The dodges are really nice as well. I think get down to 6 here. This is maybe not quite as good as it was last time, but it's not that far off. Is it easier than the black mage? Oh yeah, this is way easier than either white mage or black mage. Fighter and red mage have the advantage of having really beefy armor, so that they are able to pretty much ignore the pirate's hits. It's kind of an easy fight. Black belt is able to get enough HP pretty easily. They get a lot of strong HP gains, and they get a lot of stamina growth, so their physical defense goes up pretty fast. So they're good here as well. But for everyone that is not heavily armed, I mean, even the white mage with the ruse spell is going to be taking a while to get to the point where you are moderately safe from the pirate attacks. So it is pretty tough. Black mage has been easily the worst, though. I think of all 6 character classes, black mage is going to have the toughest time doing this fight, because you don't get any advantages from your spells. And Dan, you're down to 3. You're so close. And you're dead again. Yeah, this is mostly going to just be a little bit of good luck in turn order. Everything else is probably workable here. See those double-digit numbers, though. That's usually pretty bad. We want to see a lot of 4s and 5s, and a lot of misses. Yeah, sleep is okay. It's got a couple problems. One is that if it is an enemy that's already asleep, then it doesn't refresh. It just misses. So, because all the enemies wake up at the end of the round, basically, if you got a bunch that are asleep, you can't stack it up. They're going to be immune to it during the round. And at the end of the round, as many can wake up as they want to. So you are going to have anywhere from 0 to everybody active the next round. And it's really tough to juggle with those conditions. If it was woken up during the round, then you'd have a chance that at least some of them get put back to sleep that same turn, and they don't get a chance to ever attack. kind of dicey. We need a round with a very, very low damage output to even kind of break even on the potions. It should be doable, though. And if we can get up to a bit of a higher number, then I think we go for it at that point. Let's do one more. Okay, I really want to get down to 3 pirates, but having 50 more health is likely to be better here. It's tough that some rounds you take a lot of damage. Some rounds, not very much. 2 more to go. One pirate to go. One Vicky. Defeat it. 1 hour. Not bad. We get a boat. As what we do with the boat, well, not very much. Unlike our other character classes, there's really not a big change from pre-boat to post-boat. I could buy the copper bracelet. It would be very, very slightly better odds of evading things. That's really about it. Big reason I want the boat, though, is that it gives me another place to go for encounters when you're down to the level up fight. You want to have as much variety as possible for different formations, different enemy types, so that you get a bigger spread of random results. Because if you only have one zone that you're in, especially when you're doing the long grinds versus a trap tile enemy, you get kind of in a rut where it's the same 3 or 4 battles over and over again. And it's much harder to find new, fresh results. Alright, 5 XP to go, that's so close. Right down here. That's probably not good. Definitely do like that you have generally better magic resistance in the remakes. There's a couple of weird character classes where your magic defense is dependent on whether your class change or not, which for these challenges is going to not be good for us. But I think for the Thief, even though you're getting worse magic defense growth than the Ninja would have, it's still like okay. And once you got a ribbon on top of that, you're going to very rarely see the non-elemental spells doing the bigger effects. Fighter and Thief have less. Yeah, Fighter and Thief have less than the NES version, but you got twice as many levels. So your final magic defense scores are still pretty good. Hey, Marcus, welcome in. We just recently kicked off our solo Thief playthrough, and it is going to be definitely an adventure. But I'm pretty proud of Dan so far, having beaten the pirates in an hour, which is by far not the worst character class. There have been way, way worse character classes when it comes to beating pirates. But where I think Dan kind of falls down is going to be more or less the stretch from here to Lich. Normally it's the stretch from here to Astos. And then the remakes, because the bosses are buffed, also kind of makes Lich very, very tough compared to the NES version. And that one's going to be one where it's like, I don't know if we really have any good solutions to it. Alright, Dan might win this, but it's unlikely. The big wolf fight we can't really do. Big sag fight we can't really do. Looking for something a little bit more manageable here. And because we got a choice of like 4 different zones that we can walk to, it's probable that there is some place nearby that has a fight and also has an oak hill up here. This is going to be another one where it's either strong HP or intelligence. We'll take whichever one we get first. We are not going to be that picky for a little while. Are the encounters broken? There we go. All right, 4 is at least better than 5. Hopefully. If you like the GBA version, it is very good. It looks decently nice. It is not as sharp as the PlayStation, and definitely not as sharp as the PlayStation Portable version, but it looks suitably upgraded from the original. The music's fantastic. I like the bonus dungeons a lot. I think they add a lot of character to the game. Here we go. 2 strength, luck, and no. That will not be it. Really kind of the only minor-ish downsides of GBA is that it's not quite as strong graphically as the contemporary releases around it. And the music is mixed for the GBA, which means it's going to have a little bit of a limited selection of instruments. It's going to be really bassy to make up for the fact that the speaker of the GBA is a little tiny thing. So it doesn't quite look or sound as good, but it's very, very adequate in many ways. All right, 25, we got the HP gain, strength, agility, luck. That's a good enough level for me. Level 10's done. We're taking it. Could be class changing. Nope, this is doing solo characters, no class change. And this is the last of the 6. We've done the fighter, the black belt, the red mage, the white mage, and the black mage. So Thief is the only one that remains. And yes, it is the worst. Yeah, PlayStation 1, if you look at the graphics, it's a little bit more detail. It's a little bit darker. I think people sometimes don't really like that the colors can be kind of muddy. But it's definitely like more of everything when it comes to graphics and sound for it. It's a really solid version. And because it is a relatively small game, it doesn't have to do the trick that the later Final Fantasy Collection games did. Which the PlayStation has obviously a lot more horsepower than the original consoles that these games came out on. But with the additions to the game, it was complex enough that things like Final Fantasy 4 and 6 and Chrono Trigger had to basically have 2 different games. There is the walk-around world map game, and then there is the combat game. And every time you get into a battle, it has to switch which game is loaded, which takes a long time. Final Fantasy 1 and 2 are simple enough that they didn't have to do that switching, so there's not the big giant load times that the later versions, or later games really suffer from. Alright, 76, so we are nearly at the level up. Their HP recovered, and then let's roll the dice again. This one's another one where we do not have a good guaranteed stat. Alright, maybe I'll try it. It's probably going to go badly. We'll give it a go. And let's see if it was worth it. 2, agility, stamina, nope, it was not worth it. Pretty easy skip. We're definitely not going to survive that. Didn't like the Ogre Battle port to the PlayStation. There's a really good version on the Saturn. which I don't quite know why the PlayStation version didn't use as aggressively for kind of being like not too dissimilar in terms of horsepower and design of things. But it seemed like the Saturn version was just like a cut above the PlayStation version in pretty much every way, which is really rare because normally companies of that era did not put a lot of effort into the Saturn, and so it would typically go the other way, where you had a good PlayStation version, and then you would have like this cut down thing for the Saturn that was, you know, somehow compromised. We should be able to kill mad ponies by this point. We're still taking a ton of damage because they've got multiple hits and I have really bad armor. But I have enough hit points now to just take a lot of damage. But yeah, Grindy is another game that the Saturn version is massively superior. Grindy is probably better on the Saturn than like modern ports on Steam. I don't know what it is about that game, but it runs really horribly on everything except for the original Saturn release. 2 agility, stamina, nope. Come on, Dan, you can do better than that. You gotta do better than that. We need these stats real bad. Two agility, stamina, luck is slightly better. But it's not very good. Yeah, there's like an era where it was like a couple of oddball games that were really affinitized to their particular consoles that the ports were just, even if they were decent, were not quite the same. Grindy is definitely on that list. I think Skies of Arcadia is another one that's like that as well. Where very few people are going to ever play the original version because it's way harder to get access to and lots of other problems compared to just picking up a modern release of it, or even at the time, like the GameCube release. But the original version just plays so much better. Okay, the biggest problem is the encounter rate. Until you get the item that turns the encounter rate down. Just don't get the item that turns the encounter rate up. Unless you really want to grind. But that's the kind of game where, like, the horsepower of the system is not really an issue. It's more kind of like using the system to the best of its limits. And some companies at some stages kind of really clicked with the Saturn. The exact opposite of which happened for Symphony Night, where the Saturn version is just terrible. Hey, Kane Disdain, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. I'm thinking Dan might have some troubles here. Very close. Yeah, Lunar's another good one, though. I think Lunar PlayStation is not bad. Getting all the kind of bonus experience stuff with it helps it as a release as well. I think every video game store is legally required to have a copy of the Lunar 2 Special Edition without the pendant included. Alright, those horses were very much angrier than I expected. We'll go for the north. Yeah, but not really feeling that one. The Shining Force series. Shining Force never really got off of its original console, though. Like, that's a series that was very much meant for a specific audience. And as a result, it has a nostalgia that is heavily tied to that audience and probably nobody else. To agility, stamina again, no. Need something better than that. Double ogre, Selmo. It might be all ogre here. This may be tough for Dan. But that's Dan's problem. At least we know it's something we have not seen yet for the level up results. We're taking strong HP, we're taking intelligence. We are getting 2 HP, agility, and stamina again. Keep trying. Rough-looking Genesis RPGs. I think rough-looking is kind of like the definition of a Genesis RPG. There's very few that are not rough. And that's kind of part of the charm, is that it doesn't look like the RPGs on other systems. Whereas you had like a very distinctive Super Nintendo RPG feel. And you had a very distinctive PC RPG feel. And almost everyone copied one of the two, but Genesis had kind of its own thing. A lot more action-oriented RPGs, for the most part. But also just like the general design style was very heavily off on its own in terms of like look and feel and everything like that. That's why when you have some of the games that are trying to cross between the system like the Ease series did, on a particular game it's like a very natural fit for one or the other. And you can feel it. And the Kaizoku's not going to be it. I mean, we tried a lot of places here. I might have to go back to Canaria, see if we can get a couple more enemy formations that we have not got access to around Provoca. And luckily it's only 13 experience, so even an imp fight here is enough. C2, agility, stamina. It didn't help. It might be a 1 in 8 chance, but you're not getting a unique 1 in 8 every single time. Every time I'm doing a soft reset, it's giving me pretty similar-ish initial conditions for the RNG. I can try and wait a little bit of time on the title screen, but once you're into the game, it doesn't really have a lot of ways to mix up what the next random number is. Which is weird because the NES version has a very rapid mixing, where every 2 frames, which is a 30th of a second, is going to give you a new random number. So a very tiny delay on NES for putting in any command, extremely different results. So it's a lot easier to get different variations quickly on that. All right, 27 got the HP, we got agility, we got intelligence, we got both of them. All right, we are going to ask no further questions. That was a good level up. It might have taken a while, but that's a 1 in 64 chance. Now that we've done that, 773 to go. This one's going to be guaranteed. Level 12 is our last easy level for a while. After 12, the next one that we get a guarantee for both HP intelligence is 24. So yeah, it's something that you should enjoy while you have the chance. Well, the inn's more expensive. What I like around here is that the inn is really close to the start of the town. I don't have to walk nearly as far to get to it. Souls games also have stuck RNG. I feel like that's almost deliberate. Because it feels like a lot of the interest in the Souls experience is that you kind of learn from your past attempts to it. And so you want to have a fight that's at least kind of similar-ish in a lot of ways, in terms of like how the enemies are behaving and how the reward system works for them. It's probably not like totally intended to give you the same scripted results over and over again, but that's like more of a desirable feature there. Whereas in something like this, where the rewards are very randomized for the level ups, and it's just like one small aspect to it. And other than that, you want to have things extremely diverse for every time that you do a battle. Like, you're not going to have that much of an interesting ogre fight if it's the same turns every time. This is a game where you really want to have as much randomness as you can get for every time you see the same group of enemies. GBA Fire Emblem stores the RNG in the save file. Yeah, I mean, the original NES Final Fantasy has your save game updated all the time, even though you're not explicitly saving. It is going to write to the save RAM on the cartridge for the battle RNG, which is why in NES Final Fantasy you can have a reliable state. Like, if you beat Chaos and watch the ending credits all the way through, the first battle that you have the next time you play the game, even if it is 2 weeks later, is going to be 5 imps and a chance to strike first. Like, one thing I don't know is like super well understood is that for a system like the NES, there is no kind of save game IO operations. Like on the PlayStation, when it's writing to your memory cards, it's doing intentional things to load up a device which has these blocks on it, which then can write the data to save the results. For the NES, it's just a normal memory write. And it happens to be that some pieces of memory are going to be persistently saved. And that's one reason why for the NES, if you turn the console off at a bad time, it'll corrupt your save games, is because a random memory write at a time could just overwrite your save data. All right, there's 23 strength, intelligence, stamina, luck, what a good level up, and that was guaranteed. On level 13. How about Diablo 2 drops? Diablo 2 drops are just like a way to punish people. Like, Diablo 1 is already really, really hard to get good drops. In fact, Diablo 1 is actually kind of harder than Diablo 2 in many ways. Since you don't have a lot of cool items that can drop. There's a very limited number of unique items, and they're generally not considered the top tier gear. It's all about the random values. And so Diablo 1, you have to have the perfect random values in gigantic ranges all happen to fire at the same time, which the odds are like astronomically small. Whereas Diablo 2 is a lot more about getting a unique item, and then on the unique item you can get a little bonus from having the random ranges give you something good. But even with kind of like that toning down of it, I think a lot of Diablo 2 design decisions were based around trying to force you into multiplayer experiences, which for a lot of people playing the game single player, especially now that it is many decades later, and you're not going to see a lot of really big excitement around Diablo 2 multiplayer events, but you still have to deal with all of the forced multiplayer aspects, which includes things like the really hard times getting specific items to drop, the incredibly rare chances of getting the high-end runes, the extremely bad experience curve, where going from level 95 to 96 could take you a week. And all of it's meant to be like making it so that the multiplayer experience would, at the time the game had been released, be more compelling than the single player experience. But it's still really fun. Anyway, Shadak, this is definitely the hardest challenge. Fighter was the easiest. Fighter was done in 5.5 hours for the whole game. And then after that, Black Belt was like 7 hours. Red Mage, 7.5. White Mage and Black Mage have been like 8.5 hours. So they definitely were a bit chunkier, but not massively so. And I'm really hoping the Thief's less than 10. Happy 1339, welcome in. Thank you very much for subscribing there, and enjoy your emotes arriving shortly. We've got some good ones. Was Battle.net a paid service? No, Battle.net was free, which was notable at the time mainly because it was a centralized service. A lot of games had free multiplayer, but you didn't have a central server for matchmaking. So you had to have like local network games or have a game server on some service like GameSpy, which was horrendously unreliable and, would go out of business after a couple of years. So kind of like the unique innovation about it was you didn't have to pay, and it actually kind of did good game services, which was mind-blowing at the time. All right, 3. We got 3 hit points. That was it. There was nothing else. Have the number of high runes you ever saw drop on one hand. I think it's funny mostly because of like the heavy divide between people that played single player and people that interacted with the multiplayer ecosystem. Where it'd be like, oh, you just need like 6 Vex runes. Here's no problem. Trade this item that you found and you get whatever you want. And there's got to be like some amount of just like, in terms of like the history of the game, the botting and duping that builds up these large economies that make it so that really rare things are extremely cheap. But the separation between like that kind of experience and single player is just so wild to look at. They're in completely different universes. Like a big factor for StarCraft's success. I mean, certainly it really helped versus the matchmaking experience from Warcraft, which was pretty much that local game experience for the vast majority of its time. And so having something where you could have a gigantic pool of players to play against really made the competitive scene work out because you could find people of your skill level. If you are limited to the people that live within 10 minutes of you, and even then it's kind of a hassle to get connected and do anything with them, you're going to have like a pretty heavy cap on how far you can grow. But if you are able to interact with thousands of people and find regions and groups that have like different strategies and learn from them, your experience in leveling and capabilities go up way, way faster. So it really helps there. Okay, we got strong HP. That is it. That might be good enough. Level 13 does not have anything guaranteed. I'm going to say we take it. Hopefully it's not a mistake. I mean, all these levels for a while are going to be just whatever we can get. 18's the next time I get an int point. 16's got a strong HP gain. 20's got a strong HP gain. And then 24 is the next freebie. So you're going to be grab whoever you can. Hey, Galonzo 2, welcome in. Thank you, Rich, for the good wishes there. Old BattleNet bigger than the new BattleNet. There's a few things about the modern BattleNet that's decent. Like, just like in terms of reliability and stuff, it is. For as much as people kind of make fun of like modern games and launcher experiences, vastly more likely on any given moment that the game is able to launch. I think we have kind of a bit of historical blindness to how often these services were down, how difficult it was to find patches for things. Like, you might go for like years looking for the latest update for your game, and then you finally find it on some shady site, and just like, you'll hope that it's gonna work. And that's like kind of a solved problem now. Like, yes, there's gonna be a weekly maintenance for an hour, but that's about all you really have to worry about. And I kind of like that the store experiences are getting better. And it's not nearly as good as an experience like Steam has, but it's a place where you can pretty quickly buy a game, download it, and be playing in an hour. But so much about the modern services for like the amount of advertising you have when you have already paid for the product really is kind of aggressive. And it is certainly possibly way less friction than what they've currently settled for. So they're willing to have like a bad experience in a lot of ways, because making a good experience is more expensive, and making a good experience would mean that you skip out on watching a lot of their ads. Ooh, Dan, I don't know if you were going to make this one. Gonna dodge. Dan did not dodge. Dan very much did not dodge. Oh, that's better. I would probably never have tried to do something like Baldur's Gate over any kind of multiplayer connection that was not like literally sitting next to the person. Those are games that are just really tough to play with any kind of delay on them. Because just like the basic elements of walking around and scrolling the screen are going to be tied up in the connection speed of things. So the fact that you even got it working at all is kind of a triumph. Like, late 90s was still pretty rough for a lot of multiplayer experiences. PC multiplayer kind of got okay-ish in the early 2000s, although consoles still really struggled for a long time. Nintendo still struggles to this day. But it was a slow process, figuring a lot of things out. Which is why I give a lot of credit to BattleNet for being very, very early and having a reasonably working system. Like the original Battle.net launching for the beta was like December 96. And I think it was like 1,000 of us that were in the beta. So like, it was big enough to be like pretty technologically complex for their hosting side of things. And it pretty much just always worked. Yep, I gotta play Diablo a month early. That was definitely a game that was a very, very large time sink for a while. All right, Dan, 3 hit points strength. We got the intelligence point. We're going to probably take this level 14. Yeah, it wasn't guaranteed, so we are definitely taking that. All right, you can't say no. That was a pretty fun early experience. I wasn't in the super early betas for it. There was an earlier beta when they just had the warrior class done. And so that was the initial kind of experience for the game. And then the one for Battle.net was a later one for a second round. That's when I first got into it. But a lot of those were just like getting random connections and things to be able to experience games early. It was kind of rare to be able to get into something consistently unless you really knew people. Probably the only other even relatively largest beta that I got in around that time was for Asheron's Call, which was a modestly short-lived MMORPG from Microsoft. How much more do we get? 94, so we're almost at the verge of our level up. Yeah, Asheron's Call was a lot of fun. That one was one that I was in the very, very early beta. I was in the Beta 0 program, which was pretty primitive at the time. And then during the beta, I was able to go into, like, do all the fun stuff, because I was actually able to, like, be somewhat responsible. So I went from being, like, a beta player to joining the Advocate program and then becoming a Sentinel, which was their volunteer GMs. That was a lot of fun stuff. But those are all things that kind of got shut down from a series of lawsuits that pretty much changed the whole idea of volunteering in MMOs. Like, pretty much everybody had it, from Ultima Online and EverQuest as well. All right, 3 strength, agility, luck, nope. Not gonna take it. We could do better than that. Oh man, the tapers. The Asheron's Call had a really clunky magic system. It was kind of meant to be like a secret that you figured out, but obviously once something is figured out, it's going to get posted on the internet and then everybody knows. So then they made it so that it was randomized and bound to your account what the formula for things were. So you still had to do some experimentation just to, like, learn basic stuff. And I think it was, like, way more complicated than pretty much any other similar system. To the point where it's, like, massively over-designed versus, like, just having general stuff in the world. Agility, stamina, luck, nope. Let's get some more here. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I think a lot of the ideas for tapers in the Ashwin's God Magic system kind of came from the Ultima series. Since it feels a lot like the spellcasting reagents from the very old single-player Ultimas. If you play Ultima 4, it is going to give you kind of a similar-ish feel for carrying around resources and such. Alright, hopefully wolves are good enough. Okay, let's Pine Vard, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Swords worse to make an encouragement to use non-sword weapons. I mean, Final Fantasy, even back in this era, has a strong sword bias. There's just something about all the Dungeons and Dragons inspired games where 95% of the good stuff is swords. And they can try. They can incentivize you all they want. They can pretend like there is a reason to have something besides swords, but no. It's always about swords. Agility, come on. We're open to options here. Either strong HP or intelligence. It's been a while since we've had intelligence, but I do need a lot of HP here for the pre-lit stretch. Even if I could probably stop right now and cruise to 999, having it be front-loaded is going to be really good. Found Ashran's Call too unfun. I think that was pretty much a general consensus. Like, Ashran's cool too. First of all, it's competing against the original game. So, like, you've already done horrible things to divide your player base up. But on top of that, it doesn't have the same kind of charm and mechanics as what people that were attracted to the game were interested in. Like, Ashran's Call was a very heavy exploration game. It has loads of wilderness, lots of places to go and visit. It doesn't have a whole bunch of in-game content. There's not a really good social structure. But if you're an explorer type, it's a fabulous game. Whereas Ultima Online, you're not exploring places. Everything has already been mapped out in infinite detail. But it has a whole lot of social interactions going on. Like, everything about it is just the player-to-player experience, whether it is the crafting systems or the PvP systems, and there's a lot of PvP. Basically the only system. But you're not going to go and find a new dungeon that nobody's ever seen before. And then EverQuest was kind of the advancement type game, where, again, it wasn't really exploring. You know, some people that were on like the very, very fringe edge who were furthest out in a new expansion might be seeing new stuff, but pretty much everything is seen by everybody pretty quickly. And the social scene's not particularly good. But you could do a lot of grinding and farming, and the amount of like permanent acquisitions that improve your power were tremendous. And based on like which of those things were driving you to play the game for MMOs, that was like basically how you choose which one of the free to play. And so if you're in that kind of like pillared system, and somebody decides to make a sequel that is going to not follow the same kind of design principles as their previous one, it's going to just like catastrophically flop. Because none of their player base is going to convert. Okay, I got the intelligence point. I guess we'll take that. Well, 15 is done. Hey, Mr. Sock Monkey, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Definitely enjoy our Solo Thief playthrough. Glad you're bad at EverQuest. Yeah, there's a lot of sentiment around the size of a time sink that MMOs can be, which is continuing to be true to this day. And being able to avoid an MMO addiction is probably good for your health. Like, I'm very glad that it's been several decades since I've had time for MMOs. What powers your magic defense? It is purely based on levels and your class. There is nothing that you can do in-game to make magic defense go up faster. So, for example, for the Thief, it is 2 points of magic defense for levels, and for the Ninja, it's 3. So, we're going to miss out on a slightly higher growth rate if we class changed. But it doesn't matter what our stats do. Everything is going to be a flat gain for every single level up. No variability. It's meant to be kind of a hidden stat that just kind of works passively, so they don't put a lot of mechanical things into it. It's just you kind of notice that over time, spells are a little bit less likely to do critical hits, status effects and things. Like, it just gets better. But early on, it's really rough. When you're doing Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14 TiVo, that is a generational divide that I think few people can get in on both sides of. Hopefully you are nice here. Level 16 coming up here. We get strong HP guaranteed. So we're looking for intelligence. Not good. So our first one in a while where we actually get one of the two guaranteed. So I want to get both of them for this. And that means we're getting a 1 and 8 for the rolls. Whereas previously, because we could take either of the two, it was really more like a 1 and 4. So despite having a guaranteed stat, it's actually worse. Strength, stamina, luck. I mean, it's pretty good, but no. Strength and luck are guaranteed. So really, it's just plus in the stamina. And stamina is decent all, but I will definitely not need more HP than what I'm going to be already getting here. Is this the definitive party for Final Fantasy? It is certainly one of the parties that you could have. And of all the parties, the one most likely to cause serious panic and alarm. I got a couple of different encounters. I haven't tried to fly the boat to see if those are any different. But we can go to the west. Once you get past the start of the mountain range, it's a different zone than all the rest of the stuff around here. 25 strength, agility, luck. We got the one to the west, we got the one right around Elfland, we got the boat to try. Give the boat a couple of goes. See if we can get up there. You're probably gonna get a fight before you reach it. But that just means more things to sample. Never play Anarchy Land. I was thankfully done with MMOs even before like the next generation of stuff came out. Like I never got into the really old ones, like Meridian 59 and things, and the very, very early online ones where you had to do dial-up. Just no interest. But the window where it was like really exciting was like when the first kind of, not really mainstream, but slightly larger ones came out, like Ultima Online. Ultima Online, unlike these other games, had a very large beta program. Like, it was pretty easy to get into if you wanted to. That was like the summer of 96 or so. Anyone that wanted to try it could. And like that initial generation was like the last time I really had the opportunity to do those. Which again, I am very thankful for. That was way too many stacks. So we got after doing one battle. The next bit of combat, we will have probably a slightly different start to any subsequent fights. We're in the new and unexplored territory. And it's kind of nice with the Thief that you're going to be much better at running from things than other character classes. So if you have to cycle fights, it is a little bit easier for it to successfully end. It is unfortunately easy for paralysis to land. And that is not something that a single character can deal with. Same setup. Skip one battle. Now we're still in the main Elfland zone. Strength, agility, luck again? Nope. Got some more NPCs that didn't stick Tipo. I think that it's a little bit of a different world now that we've kind of transitioned from these games starting up and then dying on a regular basis to there are some that have sustained long enough that they are basically running indefinitely at this point. So things like World of Warcraft would be very hard to kill off. It's definitely doable. If they make mistakes for years after years after years, it will eventually die. But it's run long enough that you have like people that have done that as like their entire generational experience of these games. And as a result, like there's just so much more locked up into any one experience that it's really hard to swap from. You don't see as much kind of cross-pollination, people jumping around from game to game. But also, like, what's going to happen when inevitably their game shuts down? Because before it was always like, yes, you're sinking hundreds of hours into something. But it's probably going to be dead in 3 or 4 years. So you have like a cap on how much you can attach your life to it. And it's really worrying about what happens when you start getting these games that are like 20, 25 years. And then they start going down. That's, I think, going to be like new uncharted territory for a lot of people. Hey, Beletta. Hope you had fun with your Solo Thief playthrough. I think we're going to be doing pretty good on this one. 28 strength, agility, luck. I want that intelligence point. It's a new HP value, though. So we're getting stuff we haven't seen before. I might give it a couple more minutes and then just take the HP gain, because it's a guaranteed HP point. We don't have to worry about getting nothing out of it. Guild Wars 1 and 2. Is it really 1 and 2, or is it just like Guild Wars 2? Because I feel like it's only one kind of like eternal game. But definitely one that is just like, you know, people can drop it and play for as much as they want. All right, 28 strength, luck, nope. I guess that's true. Guild War 1 did have enough interest to get overhauled, at least. I just don't see as many people talk about it in general. So whether it is going to sustain itself is a different question, but yeah, I guess there's enough people that are into it to justify like continued support. That's definitely something. Kind of shake up our RNG here a bit. Preemptive on where? I don't think we've had this fight at all. So we're in new territory. I'm gonna give it 1 more minute before we just take the HP. One thing I found from the other character classes is that if you try to get every level up perfect, there's going to be some levels where you just get completely stuck for an outrageous amount of time. And there's just a lot of levels where it's instantly done. So if you can afford to burn a couple, then definitely do it sparingly, but it's worth it. All right, 25 strength, agility, luck. Nope. Go to 158. That, whatever the next level up is, we are taking it. Like, the difference between, like, the low end and the high end of a strong HP gain is 4. It's not worth trying to optimize that. I'm pretty sure we've seen this before. Let's do a different order for killing these ogres. Ooh, maybe it's all ogre with this level up. Intelligence for damage with Mage Staff, and really the Zeus Gauntlet. Those 2 items are going to be the backbone of our mid-game play. 28 strength, luck. All right, whatever the next one is, it's going to be the one we take. I mean, honestly, you could do Solo Thief without intelligence. And it means that you're going to have less flexibility for grinding. It's going to be a lot more painful for being able to take on some of the encounters. Things like zombie dragons are not going to be super fun. But it's arguable that the time I'm spending on these intelligence points may never pay off. Like, this might be more time sunk into it than the time that I saved down the road having the ability to clear out enemies really fast. Because even just like 1v1, if you want to grind up to level 99 on the eye fight, it's probably going to take you less than an hour. You can grind ridiculously fast in this version as a solo character. All right, 25 strength, agility, luck, whatever. It's level 16. On to 17. Just a shame that was our first one that we didn't get a decent result. What do we have now? 1,500. So we're getting to the range where I need to start thinking about the wizards. And in particular, do I want to fang the wizards, which is going to cut into a presumably limited supply of fangs, because those are going to be really, really good versus Astos as well. Or do we just try to burst through them, use up the fangs, and get to Astos faster? I don't really have a good feel for this. I don't feel good about that. Dan is not ready for Grogers. The Final Fantasy 14 version of Chaos. There's a lot of really good adaptations, I think, that they've been able to draw from with just a huge catalog of potential options. I mean, one really massive advantage that Final Fantasy 14 has is there is a gigantic pile of pre-existing work where people have already done art designs. They've already done some battle designs. It's going to have to be obviously very heavily adapted. But kind of the conceptual ideas have been made. And there's already a gigantic group of people that are nostalgic for the thing. But it's just like an absolutely incredible advantage that they have to work with. But I'm really glad they're doing a good job with it, because otherwise that would be like wasting a really massive resource. We are getting poisoned less often. You can see that our magic defense is helping a little bit here. You would not expect to take this many hits from Arachnid at most stages of NES Final Fantasy without getting poisoned. There we go. Dan eventually gets it, because that's how Dan rolls. But he lasted a very long time. Poison's actually much more serious in these remakes. They changed it from a flat 2 HP per round to being 5% of your maximum health. So as your max HP goes up, poison tick damage is really substantial. Right now, it's taking 15 a round. End of the game, it's going to be 50 damage a round. And the flip side for the enemy recovery for regeneration is going to be a similar thing. NES regeneration doesn't work at all. Like, it's just totally busted. But if it did work, it'd be kind of pointless because it's only 2 HP per round. So having enemies that regen a fairly substantial portion of their health, like we're going up 5% HP per turn, is very massive. We're getting really close here. We got the crown yet? Nope. I have not gone to the Mars Cave yet. Mars Cave's still figuring out whether it's going to be done with swords or with fangs. I would really love to save the fangs for just Astos. Like, I might even want to save fire fangs for Lich. I don't know if we can do more damage than a fire 2 spell will. Alright, 3 stamina. Nope. The other one where it's going to be whatever comes first between intelligence and HP. Hopefully both. So we'll take one or the other. So compared to the Pixel Remaster version, so the Pixel Remaster version has a bunch of changes. You don't have the bonus items from the 15 puzzle, so that's going to be taking away one of your toolbox items. It's going to make it much more like the PlayStation version when it comes to the experience versus the bosses. In some ways, it's going to be nicer. Pixel Master generally is a power curve that is not nearly as rough. But it's got a really big problem in that they basically completely randomize the boss turns. So on every other version, there's a percentage chance that a boss is going to do a melee attack, a spell, or a skill. And if they pick spell or skill, it's got a list, and it does the next one in that list, and it just rotates through. So for example, Chaos is going to have 8 spells. His 4th one's going to be Cure 4, his 8th one's going to be Nuke. And so you know that there's going to be a long gap in between each time these get used. But if it's just totally random, then you still have the percentage chance of melee versus spell versus skill, but now you have Nuke 3 turns in a row, and like you just have so much more unpredictability that you can't really deal with. Because on the high end, the bosses are just not beatable, even if you're at like max level with a solo character. So not only do you need like the actual turns to go well, like getting good values for your attacks, getting dodges and things, but you also need the boss to have probably much better than average chances on the moves that they pick. So there's nothing spacing out the ones that are going to be really bad for you. Stamina. Cure 4 spam worse than Nuke spam. They're both pretty bad. The worst is if it's just alternating back and forth, because then you make no progress in doing damage, and you take a lot of damage that you can't really heal up. But even just like pure offensive spam is very much going to destroy any of the character classes. On this version, if you have a healing ability, then you can just kind of like shrug it off and it's like whatever, because you can heal almost infinitely. But on Pixie Master, where you've got the return of spell charges and things, and you don't have really good potions, you don't have that healing option. So even like a white mage is not going to be able to keep up with chaos spamming Nuke a whole bunch. But you really can't keep up if it's kind of going back and forth between damage and healing. You just cannot kill it fast enough. All right, 3 stamina. Come on, where are the good levels? Get a blue fang one time for the black mage. Yeah, the fangs are the 3rd place prize pool. So if I accidentally go over my target time when doing the 2nd place prizes, which is what pretty much everybody else needs, you're going to get the fangs as your primary thing. Curtains is the other thing in the 3rd place prize pool that could be interesting. Curtain is basically the A fire, A ice, A lit spells. And there's going to be some fights where that's really intriguing. The only thing is I don't want to spend a ton of time grinding for these. You're going to spend a while because 3rd place times naturally are going to be slower. You're going to be targeting from like a minute 59 per playthrough down to a minute 1. And if you're resetting on top of that, it's going to be really laborious to grab all those. 3 agility, stamina, nope. Is there an A-rub item? Nope. Rub I'm not really worried about. For one, we're going to have more magic defense playing Astos than normal, so we should have a higher than normal chance of not getting rubbed. But also, it's the very first move. So if you get rubbed, great, you reload. It's a couple seconds to get back into it. What is more of an issue is that Astos is going to pretty quickly start doing a lot of debuffs. Slow, and in this version, Dark, are going to hideously cut down your melee damage. And at a certain point, that's going to start becoming a problem. Because you need to do a lot of damage to Astos. I feel like it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to, in a reasonable amount of time, get to levels where melee is super effective. Like, we're not even at a level where melee versus the wizards is going to be particularly glorious. Stamina? Nope. skip an encounter, then try the boat. And skip an encounter, then try this. Even just passing one turn is probably going to give me slightly different RNG. All we need is one of our two things to happen here. 28, we got the HP. 28 stamina is good enough for me. Alright, 17 is... still work. 18 is where we get the guaranteed endpoint. We do have another 50-50 coming up. 24 is the next time we get guaranteed HP and int at the same time. Would be phenomenal. However, that's a lot of levels, and I probably have enough room to eat an Astos fight before then. We are not quite there yet, but we are pretty close to having an Astos with experience between levels. Hey, let's welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes, and definitely enjoy the experience of the Solo Thief. I mean, somebody has to. All right, I do want to check one thing, and that is going to be, do we still have 4 attacks with a saber? Currently at 126, so we're about to get our 5th attack here. It's 5 points of accuracy back. Well, on this version, 5 points accuracy is 1 level. So 1 level up, and our scimitar does 5 attacks. 2 level ups, our saber does 5 attacks. And I would say saber doing 5 attacks sounds like when we should fight the wizards. Plenty. When I'm in this zone, I don't have to worry about paralysis. It's only when I go to the west that we have to worry about things like the gas and the werewolves. Right around Elfland's a little bit friendlier. Kind of like the difference between just south of Roka and then much further south. Much further south is going to have the worst encounters. But also the more lucrative encounters, which may be what you want. Gonna need you to give us the strong HP gain. And I'll probably give it roughly 5 minutes. So 2 hours, 20 minutes on the clock. That'll be our cutoff for level 18. And if we don't get it by then, I'll just take the endpoint and be a little bit sad. In fairness, the endpoint is probably the more important of the two. We're going to hit 99 HP regardless of whether they get the strong level up here. Whereas intelligence, every point that we skip is a point that we permanently miss out on. Strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. Strength and luck are guaranteed, so that's really just plus agility. Not as impressive as it initially sounds. But every level knows that good. We would be very, very happy. Agility, intelligence, luck again, so that's exactly the same. We've seen that off of the ogre creep fight. A couple more right around here. Then we'll try the west. Then we'll try the north. And then we will try baking. Alright. Ogre, no creep. Three strength intelligence. Okay, that's the minimum. Could be hard to see a lot of variety here because you already have so many guaranteed things that other than the specific open that we're looking for, you're probably not going to get anything else that distinguishes one from another. HP is the easiest to tell apart because if you've got a strong HP game, then there's another couple of points of difference on how strong the roll is. So you get a second RNG roll on top of that. Or is everything else just a one-shot of either you get it or you don't? Three strength, intelligence, luck. Nope, minimum. It's an ogre, but in a different zone. This might be a different start as a result. It is the same outcome. I actually think the one in the other zone was the one that had the agility point. So it is worse than that one. I might think that worse is not good. It is at least different. Alright, doing thinking where there's no encounters. You never get this when you actually want to go places. But when you want to get a fight, or level up, you look at this, or you get the one with like 17 stacks. There is no other choices. Shark. Let's see some big numbers from you. 3. The shark's number is 3. What's XP to level? 96. It's not a horrible number of imps, but it is a lot. I have 16 imps to kill. And I really want to get this done by 220. I don't know if this is even going to be feasible to get more than 2 attempts. But we'll see something totally different down here. Our very last one is going to be from our original starting zone. Oh yeah, here's all the encounters. They may not be worth very much, but they are definitely in large quantities. Let's go 2 tries. I said 220. Maybe a little bit longer than anticipated. But if we have to take a point here with just int, it is the better of the two to surrender on. And then just go to level 19 for where we have to work again for getting one of the two picked up. 20 is going to be a guaranteed strong HP gain. I will hopefully not need level 20, but we will find out. Alright, try number 1. 5 imps. Let's say 27 HP would be nice. I would take 26. We got 3. No difference. All right, one last one is going to be the one up in the north. If, well, whatever this is, we're taking it. It will not be rerolled. I kind of prefer one that's not a 5-imp start. Just so we can maybe see something different. Five-imp ambush is technically different. Like, maybe not good, but different is good in its own unique way. Here it is. What we've dreamed of. 3 hit points. Strength, intelligence, and luck. We are gonna just have to go for that one. Alright. 5 attacks with the scimitar now. Five attacks for the saber will be at 1 level from now. So 1 level from now, we're going to be going to the Marsh Cave. This one we take whatever comes first between HP or intelligence. Been pretty good so far for intelligence, which the thief is not very good at normally. So we're just going to have a really, really abnormally strong magic skill on thieves, which is completely useless until all the way to ordeals. So you're going to do a lot of work before you get to have any benefit from this. Good fight. How many levels do we need? 2,000 experience. That's like a lot of battles. Right, let's charge up. Spent a lot of money on those potions, which ordinarily is not a big deal, but for solo characters, you might be taking it in often enough that you're barely making any money on some of the battles. Like an ogre is worth a decent amount of cash. Undead, usually quite lucrative. But it'd be like wolves. You could be getting so little per fight that you actually start running a deficit. And that can pretty quickly spiral out of control catastrophically. Dragon Sanctuary. I have been tempted. Believe me. to abandon Dan by the roadside and pretend like we never saw him. But no, Dan has earned a place here. Through all of his various failures and misdeeds, Dan deserves to be our solo thief. Yeah, Cass, welcome in. 2 hours are going for Astos. Well, 2 hours is going to be probably before Wizards. After that's the grinding before Astos. If I like that max each character one at a time, yeah, it would be pretty brutal doing these for a party of 4. Luckily for a full party, you would never really need to have this extent of level manipulation to get a pretty decent team. With extra targets, with extra damage that you can soak up pretty easily, the ability to heal and buff at the same time, you need very, very little in the way of external assistance for these to get strong enough to deal with anything in the game. There are some situations where the soul character does have an advantage. Like a few bosses that have mostly AoE attacks, solo character is actually doing really good because a single strong person is better than 4 people that are all getting pummeled. But the vast majority of situations, having just more characters is going to make things better, even if the characters themselves are individually weaker. 1,400. It is an oddly round number. Fights like this are why I one day dream of having something like that Zeus Gauntlet. I think by the time that we get there, we are probably going to have at least 30 intelligence. 40 is probably pushing it, although we might be getting it during the zombie grind. And as a point of reference, the guaranteed number that the thief gets is 18. So we're going to be way, way past that. My goal is to have 50 by the end of the night, or by the end of the game. Definitely not done in one night. Let's get a little bit further and we probably can kind of ignore the HP situation, and we should be just totally fine getting to 999 on our own. 1040, so you still have couple more fights to go. It'd be nice if you could be like the NES version and just have a whole bunch of ogre battles. 195 a pop would make these levels a breeze, plus the fact that it's a single target further improves your leveling experience. It is very easily going to be like half the time to get 3 times the value compared to these things, which take forever. But at least Dan one-shots girls now. That took a long time. Like when you first start, it seems like it's going to be really good for the Thief. Thanks to that extra attack per round from the agility bonus, the Thief has just incredible damage. But since those extra attacks are kind of diminishing returns, each one is going to be the same extra attack, so it is proportionally getting smaller and smaller for its value. Having an early extra attack just means that you are going to get diminishing returns that much sooner. Kind of like how having the higher accuracy is going to be really great until you hit 255 and you can't get any more. Whereas everyone else is just going to take longer to 255 and they will eventually be way better. This version harder than NES. I think this version is quite a lot easier. Solo Thief on NES is like 30 some hours. Whereas the nice thing here is that while the bosses are more difficult, they've doubled, or in the case of Chaos, 10x the HP. You can save anywhere, which means that the dungeons for traversal are pretty simplistic, and you can be a lot more aggressive on some of the boss fights. That'd be very nice if we got something that says wolves. It's useful for the level up itself, because these are going to be an easy enough enemy that you can kind of dangle some turns in there, and we get a different RNG result. But for the process of getting your experience, these are really inefficient. $275. Not quite at one ogre worth of experience, but we are getting to the point where some of these battles are going to be at least putting us into range. Down to 150. This will be our first crack at it. All right, level 19, we have agility guaranteed. That's it. So we're going to take the first of a strong HP or intelligence gain that we get here. Either one is probably fine. The long-term intelligence is better, short-term HP is better. And we get neither. Yeah, Pixel Master is pretty different. Pixel Master is going to have a lot of changes from the original NES version. So it's kind of like the enemies are the NES difficulty, but you get to save anywhere from the remakes, and you don't have to deal with the super inflated boss HP. Just have to deal with the fact that the bosses have really random turn orders. Agility, nope. Keep trying. Oh yeah, auto battle would also be really nice. That makes things go fast. You can not only have auto all the commands, but also fast forward the battles. It is a luxurious experience. That is one thing about the Pixel Masters that can be a very divisive thing, because a lot of the speedruns for them essentially turns into just having the entire game on fast forward all the time. Some people really like it because it's getting rid of what they think is the boring parts, but others kind of like enjoy that part of it. And so a continuous fast forward experience may or may not be very personally subjective. I think fast forward is good. One of those things that has kind of become a standard for a lot of RPG remakes, and almost always has that kind of really divisive characteristic. Free agility. You just fast forward the titles you played before. Yeah, I mean, it's like whatever you find personally enjoyable is the thing you should be doing for those. Like, I think it is, as a player, a really good experience. Because if you got something that you've seen 100 times. And especially if you're doing like a grind where it's really, really slow. Fast forwarding through the content that you're not particularly interested in is going to more quickly get you the content that you're interested in. Whereas from a viewer's perspective, they're not necessarily going to have had that same experience of having gone through the game a whole bunch of times. And so if they're looking to, understand what's going on and see how the fights unfold, and some of the fights are pretty interesting for the first time that you do them, then you kind of lose out on that aspect for some of the speedruns for it. Hey, watching like Bison. Hope you've enjoyed some of our solo challenges. Now that we're down to the last of the 6. It is both satisfying and also starting to build up some anticipation of dread on how the Thief's going to do with the bosses here. Which is kind of why I'm being pretty defensive getting the intelligence points now. If I wanted to get the intelligence points after we had reached Ordeals, and we actually had the Zeus Gauntlet in hand, my worry is that we hit levels, and we've certainly had a bunch where you just can't get the stat gains that you need. And you might start losing breakpoints. Whereas starting early, it's being really speculative. Like, this may end up not panning out or being necessary at all. But it pretty much guarantees that I will be able to hit the targets that I want if we need to. The hardest one, yeah, Thief is going to be the worst of the 6 character classes, and I'm pretty certain every version that will ever be made. And it's not even close. Thief just has no benefits over anybody else, and lots of downsides. We got an antidote that is at least new. Like, there's far better versions for all the Final Fantasies. There's a couple that I think have good arguments, Terravan. Final Fantasy 2 is one where I really like the Pixel Master version. It's got really great soundtrack, and the visuals are decent. It feels less punitive for the trap rooms. Being able to see the chests and things is kind of nice. Like, there's lots of quality life improvements that really make it be a less grindy experience. So, like, 2 doesn't really have a lot of downsides, and it doesn't have super strong competition from the previous remakes. Like, you're not really heartbroken by not having the extra story about, what happened to some of these people. And 3, because it just had, like, fewer remakes over the years, I feel like is another one where you can get a pretty decent experience from the Pixelmaster. You are missing out on some of the bonus character classes at the end. And those were not really required to be beating the game, but they did definitely help out a lot. So that's going to be like, are you really attached to those very, very late jobs? But otherwise, there's not a lot of stuff that 3 has a problem with. With the intelligence point, we're taking that. Level 19 is done. Let's see, 2,000 experience. Yeah, that's going to be fine for some wizards. And then the last one I think the Pixel Master could be a good argument for is Final Fantasy V. And while there are some okay-ish versions out there, they all have some compromises. Like, the GBA version has a bunch of bugs and really kind of chopped up translation issues. The PlayStation version has really long load times. The previous mobile and PC ports are kind of a mess. Like, there's not like a great English language version of Final Fantasy V until the Pixel Master. And again, just like Final Fantasy 3, you're losing out on some character classes, which is a little bit more impactful for Final Fantasy V, because that's kind of the point of the game is the character classes. But I don't think it really hurts the main presentation all that much to not have them. And it really, really is a stronger port in a lot of ways for just being much more basically functional and having a smooth translation. That goes a long way to making it be probably the best English language Final Fantasy V. Now, if you were a Japanese player, the original Super Famicom releases, I would say, a little bit better. Just like Final Fantasy 4 and 6, the original Super Nintendo releases are probably better than Picture Master. But since not everybody's going to have access to those, and it's probably a lot more convenient to go and buy a game on Steam than it is to get a Super Nintendo cartridge and a system to play it on. It's still understandable, like, people that have heard good things about these games want to try them, like, sure, go ahead. It's not like these are bad versions. Oh yeah, solo randomizer runs are probably a lot faster as well. Playing the randomizer has generally a lot of massive quality of life improvements. And one of the neat things is every time you shuffle things around, because normally you're presented from the weakest to the strongest, whether it's weapons, armor, places to farm levels, magic, what have you, any shuffling that you do tends to make you a lot more powerful. So it gets you out of the early game hump really fast. And often you can, with enough playthroughs, find some really great shortcuts through things. Just want this for money. I will grab the copper bracelet downstairs. It'll be a very tiny boost in experience for defense. Hopefully giving us a much better wizard experience in the end. Final Fantasy II GBA Rando. The GBA randomizer is kind of its own thing. GBA's had a randomizer for a while that is functional, but it's really not super well tuned for balance and things. Whereas the NES randomizer, which is specifically for Final Fantasy I, had a much bigger community behind it. A lot more time investment over the years. People doing tournaments and things so that they have a reason to go and invest in features. Like, the amount of effort that's been poured into it is just massively higher than any of the other ones out there. So it is going to probably be better in most ways. There we go. These are also items that are just for sale. Because we are not going to need any Phoenix Downs. We don't need, though, it's 2 wizards. Only 2, please. Yeah, we'll see what 3 happens to be like. I'm thinking it's probably not going to be very good. Ooh, but if we can one-shot them, that's a different story. Saber might be just barely enough to make this work. Maybe not. 2 as it is. Looking like it's going to be better. That's close, though. Killing 2 when we got 3 on the screen is a pretty good sign that 2 wizards is going to be a much easier experience, and 3 might be doable if we get good turn order. Space Cowboy, welcome in. Thank you, it's for the raid there, and I definitely hope those of you joining us had a wonderful time watching Space Cowboy. We are doing our solo Thief playthrough. This is the last of the 6 solo character class challenges on the GBA version. We are fighting wizards, and we really need to. We will get them eventually. The PSP overworld theme for 2. There's a really great theme in 2 in the last area called Pandemonium. And it's a shame that you don't get into like the end of the game because it's probably the best song on the soundtrack. That one's really good on the Pixar Master version. That one was close. Good turnaround, we can do 3. 2 would be much nicer though. Much, much nicer. There we go. 2 wizards. This should be doable. Maybe. Oh, this turn is so bad. No! All right, Dan, you gotta go first. Or not die. Again. I don't know how Dan won. I am not gonna ask any further questions. I am just gonna take this crown. All right, moving on. I'm gonna need to level up before we go and fight Astos. Right now, I would not have enough experience to take the fight and not level up. And I'm pretty sure the next level up is not gonna be guaranteed. Actually, it's guaranteed HP. So I could take a strong HP gain if I wanted to. But I don't know if that's enough. Also, it would be probably smart to get more levels for Astos, just as like a general thing. But here's kind of the point of this. I want to see how bad Astos is. I'm imagining it's going to be very, very bad. And this is going to let me gauge how many fangs do we need. I can farm them for the 15 puzzle, it's going to take a while. So if we can do this with 4 fangs, that's a big, big deal compared to like 10 fangs. And I'm still never really clear on whether fangs are infected or affected by your intelligence stat or not. So then that breakpoint would matter. We're at 13 right now, which is a huge way away from 20. So if 10 won't do it, then I'm in some trouble. Not gonna be with 168 points. Yeah, except it's doubled. And Astos is way, way angrier. That was a very unpleasant surprise the first time I did the PlayStation version with Solo Thief on Astos. And it was not good. Let's just potion up. Is this an egregious waste of potions? Yes. Yes, it is. That's part 3. Part 3 should be out on Monday or Tuesday. I'm going to try and do 2 parts a week for Solo Thief on YouTube. So we got part 3 and 4 this upcoming week. Part 5 should be the week of AGDQ, and it'll be the only video that week. But within a couple of days, you should have the entire Solo Thief adventure. Hey, Ninja Frog Food, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. Enjoy our GBA Solo Thief here tonight and tomorrow night. There will definitely be a lot of Solo Thief tomorrow night. I think we are getting a really big win if we are done with Lich tonight. That has been the benchmark that everybody else has managed to hit. Some of them faster than others. But I feel like Thief is the first one that Lich is going to look like a really, really big stretch. But I would at least like to be into the Lich grind and have the ability to beat Vampire by the end of the night. That is probably a lot more achievable. All right, 24 luck, no intent in point. Gonna grind this one out. This one's guaranteed to have HP and luck, so Int's gonna be a 1 in 8. Couple of places that we can try to fish it, and then I should have enough room if we somehow miraculously beat Astos, which is extremely unlikely. $26 luck. That these look like snails. That's the NAS version. They were very snail-like. You will not be able to unsee it. $25 strength and luck. Okay, this is new. Thief had the ability to steal when he hits somebody with a weapon. I mean, the thief can do that. But the only thing the thief can steal is our hopes and our dreams. It's pretty tragic. All right, extra round on Asp. 28 strength, luck. Denial. Early accuracy puts in some work. Early accuracy helps with Garland a lot. I find it doesn't really do much else. Because you don't need the accuracy to kill any of the enemies around Temple of Fiends. Pirates have 6 hit points. You don't need accuracy for those. But for Garland, and the fact that he's got double health, it would be probably a lot worse if you did not have double attacks much sooner. And probably in this stretch as well, we will see if it makes a difference. I mean, we don't get a lot of critical hits, which is the thing that you kind of have to beat Astos with melee. I feel like we're very rarely getting those critical flashes. 27 stamina luck. Yeah, I mean, it's better. Evasion and easier. Evasion, I don't think, has a super fast growth curve. You definitely start with a bit more, and that was pretty noticeable against the pirates, how much better the thief was at dodging than the mages were. But it's not good enough to really make a difference, and your armor is also not very good. So when you do get hit, it's still just a truckload of damage. Having 4 defense instead of 1 defense, yeah, it's a little bit better. But even the enemies are doing, 15 attacks. You're talking about a less than 20% damage reduction, which you are going to get completely clobbered on with how many attacks per round that you're being faced to deal with. All right, 26 luck. Still nothing. I'm willing to give up on the int point at the 3-hour mark. That'll be our cutoff here for getting a big, fat double on the level up. Because at least we're getting something with the guaranteed HP. And I'd rather have something now than spend 15-20 minutes here and suffer later on with future level ups down the road. We're going to have enough suffering as it is. We don't need to inflict any more. All right, wolves. Not enough for level up. Interesting. Probably good for us, because now this is going to put a new bit of RNG into our save data. Makes it better. 28 luck. It was not better. Two and a half minutes to go. Got the aspect. And I think that's the same fight we had before doing that wolf fight, which is concerning. Oh, Chris, thank you for resubscribing back for 94 months. Very glad that you have been having a great time. And I definitely hope that Dan lives up to your expectations. As long as they're very, very low. 26 luck. Dana's trying to get slightly more intelligent. It has not been very successful. We have so far managed to get, I believe, 8 intelligence points in the first 20 levels. So our success rate has not been super high. And getting to 50 int is probably going to be a pretty big task. EG23 star, welcome in. Basic idea is we've got one character, one particular class, and no class change allowed. So whatever this character can do, which the thief cannot do very much, that is all we got. Right now I'm trying to manipulate a level up to get some slightly better results. I would like to see an intelligence point, which very far down the road will let me do more damage with magic items in battle. But we're about to come up on a really, really tough boss for a solo challenge, which is going to be Astos. So once I get this level up done, then it is kind of assessing how much trouble are we in. .25 strength and luck. I do have ways of dealing with Astos. If we can kill him with melee damage, that's going to be the most satisfying way. If we can't, then it's going to be over to the 15 puzzle to get some fangs to attack him with those. 3 luck. All right, next one we're taking. Whatever we got, we're going to get. What stats am I looking for? So in the short run, HP is really good. The thing is I'm going to max out at 999 HP at this point, regardless of how many strong HP gains I manipulate out. So in the long run, this is kind of a waste, but short run is really good to have more health. And the flip side is the other stat, which is intelligence. Intelligence is completely useless right now. I don't have any magic at all. But down the road, it'll be the only that we can do AoE damage. So I imagine it's going to be really good at that point, and those are the two sets I care about. Strength, agility, luck, stamina, they don't really do much. MP is useless because you're not going to have any actual spells yourself. But we'll have a chance to see. The fight versus Astos here. And it's going to go real bad. I'm going to do it a couple times just so we survive a rub. And then we're going to see how much damage we do before Dan dies. It's not going to be a lot. 53 is really good. That's better than I thought it would be. Survive the rub. Okay, this is interesting. This is with the saber. Problem is, once he does slow on us, we lose so much of this. Dodge the slow. Could this be Astos on the first try? I mean, it's looking real good so far. It's looking less good. I mean, he's got Fire 2 coming up. 146 is maybe survivable. But is Astos done? I did not expect that to go that well. Dodge the rub, dodge the slow. He went super melee. Means that he did not get to his big spells, and that was about as good as that could have gone for us. Alright. Good thing I had the XP to spare to not level up there. I would have taken that level up no matter what it was. Astos is one of the worst parts of Solo Thief. The Lich fight is going to be up there. Chaos is going to be pretty bad. Well, this is one of the 3 big gatekeepers. Alright, 3. Dan got to level with 3. Try again, Dan. HP intelligence, we're back to the eternal grind. Whichever one happens first, we'll take. $18 shorter than the PlayStation version. The PlayStation version was the Astos of pain and suffering. That's probably the worst version for fighting Astos. NES is really bad to get to Astos. PlayStation is bad fighting Astos. There's a very slight difference between the two. But overall, I would say the PlayStation was definitely the worst. Once again, 3. I don't know how much HP we need versus the Lich. It could be like the Astos fight, where we're just are really shocked by how much damage the Dan can do. Lich is going to have Ice 2, Fire 2, Lit 2, and we get the 3 curtains. Blue, red, and white. Then we could reduce that damage by quite a lot. And strength. And certainly you could reroll the fight often enough that you're going to time the curtains so that they go out before the spells do. So it's not like a worry about racing out the Ice 2 for turn 1. Trying to think about ways I could psych myself up to be thinking that Lich is really not going to be a big deal, and everything is going to go this smoothly. Which means Lich could get done tonight. Unlikely, but that would be the dream. What is this? I don't think we have had a level up in quite a while where we got the 1-8 game that we were looking for. I've had to do a lot of settling over the last few. This is definitely going to make things less good for our long run prospects. This should be new ground. As we're traveling to Matoya and back, I'll hopefully go through enough different zones and we can see a couple of any formations that might give me new RNG results. Just need one of these to be successful. 3 luck. That one was not successful. Alright, in the meantime, there is a bunch of fetch questing to get done. Let's go to Matoya, we'll grab the herb, come back down here, get the key, go up to Canary Castle, get the TNT, go over the dwarves, do some murders. Eventually unlock the town of Belmont, which is significant because it contains the silver bracelet. That's our first actual thief defensive upgrade in a long time. We'll get a slight weapon upgrade. And by slight, it is the second best weapon in the game after the Masmid, of course, which is the Rune Sword. It's gonna be like 10% more damage. The rest of all the awesome stuff we find is gonna be totally wasted. Unlike the other character classes, there's just not a lot for the thief to buy. Fighter needed a bunch of weapons and armor. Mages needed a whole lot of spells. The thief just cannot be fixed. Nothing on the board on the way up there. Don't think we're close enough for imps to get me a level up. And we'll check that. I want to say we're 100 something away, which would be 17 imps. 122, that is 21 imps worth of experience. So these are unique zones for encounters. That is less helpful if we take a long time to get the experience done. Okay, stop showing off your skull collection and calm down. Because nobody is stealing your stuff. Definitely not Dan. And that's why she gives us the Jolt Tonic. Matoya delivery complete. Let's see if maybe we get an encounter or two that we can use. More likely on the boat. Sharks are kind of like the ogres of the sea. You can get a little bit of experience for those fights. Everything else is going to be probably not worth it. What are we doing now? 44. So we're down to 8 imps only. That's a plus. Okay, did not have the floater. It is pretty tragic, but hopefully we will make do with what we got. I'm still just kind of stunned by getting Astos down that easily. It was definitely an accident. But we will take this. I'm taking that. 3 HP is really not a very satisfying level up. We need more. But it's certainly a lot of more something, but whether it's something good, let's find out. 6 sacks. This better be worth it. If I don't get anything by the time that we are done with this quest, that is going to put us into a pretty hard position. Because this one should be one of the easier ones. The choice of 2 things. In theory, you're looking at a 1 and 4. There, the thief has been not doing all that well with level ups so far. So I'm kind of worried that we are going to have a long-term problem with this thief getting the stats that we need. 3. I think one thing that hurts the thief a lot is that you don't have a fast way of killing enemies. So you're spending a lot more time in between the level ups just getting the experience that you want. And then each time that you reset to get a fight, it's a relatively slower fight than the other character classes had. So it kind of compounds that it just takes a long time to be able to get one try at it. 27, we got the strong HP, we're taking that. I don't think we're going to fight it any further. I really want the intelligence point. At a certain stage, the HP is going to become less and less important, but for right now, it's fine. A lot better than having to sell for nothing. At this moment, when Dan was checking underneath the bed of the Prince of Elfland. That is the moment that we found that Dan had obtained the magic key. Now that's probably going to be pretty bad for everyone with locked doors. I can't think of anything in Elfland that I want to buy. Already got the cap that was from Temple of Fiends. We're probably not going to be that great at doing a mummy grind, unless we really don't get sleep touched at all. Maybe that's the case, it would still be kind of slow fights. So I'm wondering if the grinding for Lich is going to be Earth Cave Hall of Giants or Earth Elementals. That'd be similar-ish to what we did with the Fighter and Black Belt for this stage of the game. There's our dynamite. While I'm here, I'm going to go grab the stuff out of Temple of Fiends. Hey, Alcinart. Welcome and thank you for the good wishes. The Astos kill was very unexpected. I was thinking that was going to be probably a good, solid additional hour. Mostly of farming for the 15 puzzles, so 3-hour Astos I'm happy with. That is making it way more likely that Lich gets done tonight. It's still a bit of a stretch because we've got a lot of leveling to do. The levels are going to be pretty slow. And then you're going through Earth Cave twice. So imagine that you can start leveling at 3:30. Even if the levels go really well, you're probably taking an hour or so to have a level where you can start thinking about Lich being doable. Like, I might want to get a haste item for Lich. That probably would make it a lot better. Gargoyles is a lot. But we can run. We can get the rune sword picked up. Well, that's a big pickup. No, the numbers do not look like they're going up a lot. And that's because they're not. But this is all we got. Plus it makes a different sound. Another one here is the Wear Sword, and while this is a very, very similar sword to the Rune Sword, it cannot be equipped by thieves. Which automatically means it's probably much better. Our real kind of choice is going to be Dragon and Coral Swords. Depends on which enemy type that you want to bonus on. And you could argue that you want to just keep all three and juggle between them depending on what you're fighting, but you're not going to remember. And nearly all of these are going to be so similar that they're indistinguishable. We have the GBA Beastery. I don't think it's got the stats on GBA. I want to say stats is an introduction from the Pixar Master version, because I remember the Beastery on the previous ones being just the number of times that you have beaten a particular enemy, and that's about it. I think I'm probably wanting to restock on things. Good, that's looking good. All right. Stocking complete. Change weapons by equipping or equipping during battle. I believe so, although it's pretty rarely used. Because you can at least use stuff in your equip menu. I forget what happens if you change stuff while you're in combat with that. Or there is more that you can do there. What I kind of remember is PlayStation Astos. For that long fight, you do not do a ton of damage. So, if there is a defense change, it's probably starting in this version. It did feel like we were doing a lot. This is with extra attacks per round. So you have more chances to crit. But it kind of felt like we were doing a pretty solid damage number and not getting a lot of lucky crits. Dwarven Kingdom has been destroyed. For its own good. They know what they've done. We're taking all their stuff. There's the Dragon Sword. Coral Sword's going to be in the Earth Cave itself. If you want to see the fabulous difference between these, well, it's 1 point. So mostly comes down to what you want the bonuses on. Rune Sword is going to be a magical enemy, which is really vague. The Wear Sword is going to be on regenerating enemies, which is usually a little bit easier to spot. The Dragon Sword is going to be on dragon-like enemies, which again is kind of stretched, because if it was just regular dragons, it would be extremely limited to only far past where this would be relevant to the game at all. Solid 2,400 to go. So we got some room in our experience. Go ahead and get some silver bracelet here. And it seems like the thief would be able to use the buckler. I would just have to guess that'd be the case. Oh, that's so nice. Let me go check Crescent Lake for the buckler output. The idea would be that you just need to get as much defense as you can. And you also want to get as many healing items as you can, so you're not having to go out of Earthcave a lot if you're going to be doing a grind there. So I can get high potions in Crescent Lake. That's the only town in the south that has them. And we'll just dump all of our remaining cash into that. It's probably enough for at least a decently good-sized stack of them. With the other alternative being, these might be some of the better encounters we're going to have for a while. You got bulls, you got trolls, you got giants, you got peds. It's going to be kind of dicey for some of the fights. Like, we don't do well versus trolls, they have multiple attacks. Versus bulls, we're going to be fine. Well, maybe not great, but fine. And same thing with giants. The advantage of Hollow Giants, you get the giants all the time. And you don't have to spend a lot of time fishing out the encounters. You don't have to deal with the Cobra and Scorpion fight and all this garbage. Because that is some serious garbage. To do the Silver Sword being moved. Silver Sword is moved in the Wonder Swan version. So it's been gone for a while. Alright, we got the buckler. +2. Was it worth it? Probably not. But we did it anyway. I should get rid of cottages. Those are going to be pretty useless for a long time. Silver knife, I can't imagine ever getting use out of that. It would be very specific for certain levels where you would have enough accuracy to get an attack round on the knife, but not enough yet for your bigger swords. I don't even remember if it is better than these swords. Nope, it's just straight up worse. Okay. Get 80. Let's get 70. Call that a good start. And then let's get out of here. Let's much as I want to do a grind in this area, stuff like this is just a terrible encounter. So you're going to spend a lot of time walking around for the fights. You're going to probably reset a solid third of them. You're going to die to peds at least 90% of the time. But you do win. This is a lot of experience. Maybe too much. We went first. Dan, you have no chance at all now. It was almost looking good. Well, here's Hollow Giant preview. I think this should be pretty straightforward. Giant is probably the easiest battle for this area, and it gives pretty good experience. 200 to go. Downside of Hollow Giants is going to be there's an iguana variant, and the iguana is going to be just basically a waste of turns. Don't really have to worry about them being super dangerous, but it is going to be like extra work in the fights, and it's going to mean that not only are you spending more time per battle, but you're also going to have like an unpredictable number of fights for level ups, because it'll be throwing your calculations off just very slightly all the time. That was not ideal. All right, well, 22 is coming up. This one has Strength and Luck Guarantee, which are stats that we do not need. So another one we are rolling between HP and Intelligence. Could easily have enough XP on a level to go take Lich down. I think Lich is less experienced than Astos. I want to say it's just like a suspiciously small amount for how much difficulty that you have in most playthroughs with him. So it should be really, really easy to fit a Lich with experience in. Vampire is going to be a chunky amount. And you might have some wizard fights on the way down that are unavoidable and unrunnable. What are we looking at? 24 is the only nice level. Maybe forever. Everything else is 1 or 2 of our desired stats missing. So I think we got a lot of work out of us. That feels a bit better. That was not better. We got strength, agility, and luck there. We got strong HP or intelligence, then we're liking it. No shadows. Still no shadows. They swapped around the percentage chance of ambush versus first strike, so we have a 90% chance of going first versus shadows. Means it's really unfortunate when you do not get that. All of these fights are really, really awful. No longer taking a lot of damage from them, but you are still pretty likely to be paralyzed until you've got another couple levels worth of magic defense done. Let's see how this goes. This might be a level up. Could be very close to the Kroger fight. 26, we got the HP gain, strength, and intelligence. Yeah, that one is done. 22. It's fine. And now it's time for the Giants. That's a better Giants than that. Anytime that we get both of our level ups like that is just such a big win. 1 in 64 chance if you have neither of them guaranteed. So we are very happy when that happens fast. And this is the big reason why I don't want to spend 25 minutes grinding out a single level, because you might end up having to settle anyway, and the next level could be instantly good. Just gotta trust in the process. $1,900. That's a pretty large amount. I am liking that number. All right, stay in the non-iguana zone. There's actually 2 different trap tiles back here. One for giant iguana, one for giants. And I know which of the 2 we prefer. Hey, Captain Vittles, welcome in. Hope we have a good time tonight with our solo thief playthrough. Which direction do we need to go in? So this way is going to be iguanas. Is this really the only giant only tile around? Might just be pure checkerboard, yeah. Because we can go back and forth on 2. Maybe it's that the outer one is always the giant iguana, so go back and forth on that. In any case, we'll have a good time here with the Hall of Giants. I can also check the Earth Elemental, see what that feels like in comparison. Earth's going to be a more consistent fight. It's just always one Earth Elemental straight up. But it's going to do probably a little bit more damage. All right, first try. 3, agility, stamina, luck. It's not first try. So many iguanas. The good news of the iguanas is it does give me more variations to try for RNG. That is a big upside for this over Earths, is that you have like 7 different combinations of enemies. 1 or 2 giants, 0 to 3 iguanas. It is probably pretty good. Let's see the numbers. 3, agility, stamina. It was not good enough. Think of the evolution of the giant graphics. This is the one that I least understand what's going on. The original NES giant was just really fat. And then you could tell from the remakes that it was actually not fat. It wasn't a stomach, it was a leg. They're probably dancing. But this one looks like they're jumping. And I don't know why. It concerns me. Three in an ambush. We definitely have some new stuff here. Painful, but new. Oh, I'm confused with the Giants in this version. One thing I will say that's pretty good about them is that lovely blue cape. They do have a nice cape. Do they have a nice level up? 3 agility, stamina, luck. No, that's not that much better. The luck is the one that was not guaranteed there. Great deal of Melmon Agama as well. They're about to find out that they have been scammed. They have made some very serious mistakes. Agility, stamina, nope. Now we're trapped in here. Run past it. Nothing else, we might get some new RNG here. I want to see what the Earth Mental experience is like. Maybe that's better than trying to get these. And we'll also see what our experience is like. 441, okay. That's close enough that a couple of different things in here could be putting us over the top for levels like these bulls. Some more chances at some values. There's the intelligence point. We're taking it. 23 is done. 24 is the easy one. We like easy ones. Maybe Grand 3. Astos was first try. It was pretty incredible. I'd say about 150 fight here, maybe a little bit more. That's a high potion per battle. We can sustain that for a while. 1536 is pretty good for our numbers. The money is not as good as Giants, which is only a problem if we need more potions. And on this one, you could get off-tile encounters a little bit easier. I don't know. There was one less hit required to kill Earth Mental, then I think we might be in business. If you were 2 rounding them consistently, that would be a good fight. 24 strength, intelligence, luck. That level was guaranteed, so yes. Went pretty fast. The next 2 on the other hand, these are going to take a while. Next 3, in fact, all are going to need either HP or intelligence to proc here. Yeah, the working theory is that Astos got nerfed, which I am totally in favor of. 3 intelligence point. Yeah, I'm in favor of that too. 25 is done. We're in the casino lucky streak. Clearly, the Earth Mentals are good luck. Gotta keep doing them. Up to 3 Earths per level. It's outrageous. I think we all remember the good old days when it was only 2 Earth Mentals for a level up, thank you. But if they give me levels like that, I'm pretty happy. 24 and luck. We got the strong HP gain for 26. Strong HP is going to pretty rapidly be going down in value here. But I'm kind of still interested for a little bit. After Lich, I really don't care about the HP at all. Before Lich, it's very nice. Not consistently going first, but we're going first a large portion of the time. 3 agility, stamina, nope. That was a bonus. But I would rather have intelligence here. Also, at this point, you are getting a little bit less value out of the stamina points. It's down to about 17, 18 points of HP instead of 25 like it was earlier. It's not quite as good as the strong HP gains, which are 25 right now. 28 agility, stamina, we're taking that one. 28 guaranteed HP. This one we're hoping to get intelligence for a reasonable number of tries. Alright, still at 3. Gonna be 4 Earth Mentals pretty soon. The inflation here is outrageous. 23, strength, luck. Got a remedy, which doesn't really help. Strength, intelligence, and luck. There we go. 28's done. 29. This one is neither. So we get to do a grind and hope for the best. We need to do 4 Earths now for level ups. Level requirements will keep going up for a while. Then they do flatten out just like they do in the NES version. Is much, much higher for when the flattening takes place. That's why once you get to the ice cave and you're grinding away on eyes, it just goes instantaneously zipping through levels. Something like 3 or 4 eyes for level ups till the end of 99. Alright, 3 agility. Intelligence is that good? Yeah, that's pretty good. 30 is where intelligence was guaranteed. So I think we just got another fast one. 30, we're going to try and get the HP gain here, but I would say if you get anything halfway decent at this point, the strong HP is way less impressive. Just looking for something fine. Problem is you get so few intelligence points that you don't have a lot of these kind of nice ones. Like intelligence every 6 levels for a thief. $27 HP, strength, intelligence, luck. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, 30's done. The 7 hits. We are pretty close to getting to the accuracy cap. 5 more level ups, and we are max accuracy with unfortunate results. Is it 5? Might be 9. It's not that many level ups. That's the short of it. And what's bad about that is just that we have enjoyed the advantage of having more accuracy than other character classes, which that advantage is now gone if we hit max, because now everyone else just slowly catches up to us. For strength, agility. That's our first bad level up in a while, which I think is fantastic streak. And even the strength point wasn't guaranteed. That was a bonus. For strength, agility again. I think that might have been the same fight. And 70 is a different number. We had 113 damage before. And it's worse. Okay, this is a new. 29 agility, stamina. Well, we got the strong HP gain. I feel like that is fine for 31. We're into progress. We're at 20, so we hit the break point. That's a little bit better than we were before. If only we had any source of magic whatsoever. Looks like I could take 2 more Earths and then level up. Also, over this short grind, we've moved to very consistently 2-shotting and very occasionally 1-shotting the Earth. It's only under the right circumstances, but it's nice seeing that we are doing pretty solid damage for a thief. HP's pushing 600, which is not bad. $27 strength and luck. This is 32. That was not a guaranteed HP gain. So yeah, we're taking that. I will feel increasingly bad as the levels go on for not getting the end points. Those are going to get pretty tough to hit 50 pretty soon. We would need at this stage 30 int gains out of 66 more levels, so about 50% of them. And that is a way higher percentage than we are going to get. Even with manipulation, 50% is pretty rough. That's a lot of level ups that you have to get the point on. The HP is nice. I would love some int levels here. That was not a good int level. Usually if we had class change by now, which is actually something the game expects, we would start getting strong MP levels on some of these. All right, I got the int level. That's 33 done. $34 is guaranteed HP, so we are definitely looking for intelligence here. About 10 more guaranteed. Yeah, somewhere around there. It's either 10 or 11 guaranteed from this point on. Two more, then we can roll for it. He's looking really good. I feel like the 15 puzzle would help out with Lich a very large amount. And I don't need a ton of stuff with our current setup. At best, I'm probably looking for the curtains. And we need one of each. And then I'd be looking for a haste item. That would make a massive difference for our damage output. Maybe I only need the ice curtain. Don't even need the other ones. All right, 24 strength, luck. This one was the guaranteed HP level, right? Yeah, 34, so we're looking for int as a hard requirement. 1 in 8 chance. Strength and luck. Both strength and luck are guaranteed. That's not getting a good level up. It's just the bare minimum of what we are expected to have. Or strength and luck. Six strength and luck. Seeing different numbers for the HP, so we know we're getting at least different-ish results. Well, there might only be 3 or 4 of these. And so while we are seeing different numbers, it could be that all the ones that are conveniently around do not have the intelligence point. Six strength and luck. I think my plan here, even though it looks like we're getting these levels really, really fast, is that we have plenty of time in between 2 levels to go and kill Vampire. Storytelling team, man, have a good night. Pleasant dreams, and I do hope you enjoyed our solo thief playthrough tonight. 29 strength, agility, luck, and a remedy, but not an intelligence point. Right, 156, I'm pretty sure we've seen that number. 105 coming back, so I'm going to potion for a round. Get a different combat result here. Potion doesn't matter, it's just wasting a turn. 29, strength, agility, luck. So I think those 2 battles are just 1 RNG number apart. Because we've had that second half on a previous one. $262, I think, is new. Don't recognize that one. If I strength, intelligence, luck, that's why we don't recognize it, because we have not had it. All right, 34. Let's go kill Vampire. I don't know if we are ready for Lich, that is a different conversation. But I want to get Vampire out of the way here, and then I want a 15 puzzle for a little bit to get some items that are going to make Lich faster. And here's where it's a lot tougher to do exploration compared to Astos, which is going to walk up and, see how he's doing. Lich is pretty far down here. So Lich is a bit of a commitment. If you go down, you find out that you are not ready, then it's pretty rough. I think my best case would be grinding the Earth Mental Trap tile in floor 3. It's only halfway up the dungeon. But I would still like to avoid that. There go the asps. Starting to get some enemies that have enough negatives to their morale that we are running away. Riddick Magus, thank you much for resubscribing back for 84 months. Hope you're having a wonderful time tonight. Enjoy the shiny new orb. Definitely. Enjoy Adventures of Dan, the solo thief tonight and tomorrow night. Hopefully not Tuesday night. Hopefully this is only a 2-night affair. I was just doing Vampire, I could afford to take a bunch of experience. If I want to do Vampire and Lich on this trip, well, without leveling in between, I'm going to be a little bit pickier. Maybe I should just plan on getting 35 in between. That way I can be way more aggressive with these walks around. I can fight wizards, I can fight probably nothing else. Be bulls. But it would at least be something. Up to an extra attack soon. We might be hitting 8 attacks pretty soon. Whatever level is 8 attacks would be a good one to go after. That's going to be our max for the bonus attacks you can have on the thief. After that, you're improving your accuracy without ever getting another 9th attack. See the number 222 right now, so it'd be 227. And that is the bonus attack, because 224 is the breakpoint. This is the vampire. And this is going to be really fast. Good bit. All right. Hour from Astos to Vampire? That's pretty nice. I think we got a very good streak of level ups. Once I switched over to the Earth Elementals, it was just not working on the Giants for whatever reason. Probably just pure coincidence, but Giants were really struggling to get any of the stat gains, and the fights were a bit slower. So I was taking less damage. I was also taking more time per fight. This is a much better trade-off too. Just shoot the levels really fast. You don't care about money. You don't need to have a lot of variations of the battle if you're getting lucky on your stat gains. Again, the Cactuses Petrify is pretty unlikely at this point. We've got a lot of magic defense. So you're going to see that status attacks work way less often because we are a higher level than we are really supposed to be as a solo character. We just stole all the experience. We can't quite do everything yet. So one of the big things is that super fast enemies are still hard to run from. That's going to be a bit of a problem for a while longer. And I think even at the end of the game, even with Thief being the best character class for running, you're still going to have some things that are tough to escape. Like that fight would be pretty much game over on the NS. Like, you would never get out of there. But at these levels on GBA, pretty good chance that you don't get petrified or paralyzed. Obviously, 2 is terrible running. It depends on how you build your characters. But yeah, it's going to be bad for running if you have mostly focused on combat for killing things. And a lot of gear in Final Fantasy 2 has really hideous penalties. So in order to be really good at running, you probably want to use your mages for it, because they have, by virtue of being mages, also a complete lack of gear that they can equip. So they tend to have a lot more agility, and they tend to be better at escaping from things. But unless you build your characters in a certain way, it's pretty easy to outspeed the progress in the game, where over time, you get stronger at killing things, but you get less good at other things that might be important in a certain scenario. Like, you might get less good at escaping, or you might get less good at magic, relative to what the enemy growth is like. And that's one of the tricky parts about Final Fantasy 2, is that it encourages specialization, but every now and then it kind of pulls out a scenario where you need to have something else, and you are not prepared for it. Worried about running in Final Fantasy 5 with the Brave Blade? Well, then just use the chicken knife. It won't be a problem. Tigers. Tigers have a very low chance of dropping an explosion, but that is as good as a Mega Elixir to a solo thief. They did not drop a Mega Elixir or an explosion. But then again, they didn't drop a Titan like we did. I just wish that Titan would wear some pants. We go through the Titan Tunnel on to Sarda's Cave to grab our rod here. And then we're going to go grab some stuff from the 15 puzzle. I think at a minimum I want a... Oh, this is tough. Because the curtains are in a different prize pool than the Hermes shoes. So in order to get the Hermes shoes, I have to give up basically permanently on getting curtains. So whatever I need to get right now. At most, I need 1 blue, white, and red. There should be nothing else after this that I care about for spell damage until we've got ribbons. So Lich is the only fight where a curtain is relevant. That Hermes shoe is going to be really big. And we need possibly a bunch of them. Well, maybe not a bunch. Definitely need one for Chaos. You almost certainly don't need them for any of the other fiends. If you want to do bonus dungeons, it'd be nice, although I don't think Thief is going to be the bonus dungeon type. I would say your odds of the Thief beating Omega are pretty bad. So I don't think we need to really try that. back over. Really just a handful of enemies that are problematic with our running at this point. It'll get worse again whenever we start going to places that have like nightmares and frost dragons and cockatrices. The images, there's just a couple enemies that have super high speed that even at very high levels the thief is going to struggle with. But I think this is looking pretty good. I'm going to do the Earth up here. We've done Solo Thief, they've done Solo Thief on NES and on PlayStation. It's not something I consider a speed run. These are challenge runs for the enjoyment of it. And basically nobody else is going to do this. Look, I'm sure somebody enjoys this, even if they don't want to admit it. At 35. This one is going to need either HP or intelligence. Let's see what we get. We got nothing. There's 156. This one we saw the previous time. That's the exact same numbers on the swings. Now this time, strong HP gain for 35. Locked in. We should have the extra attack per round now. Yeah, 227 accuracy. So our level up's done. I'm going to go 15 puzzle for a bit. I'm going to start with the curtains. And these are probably going to be a pretty slow process, but the good news is we don't need a lot of them and we don't need fangs. I would not have expected, starting tonight, that we would not need to farm out the fangs and 50 puzzles, so that is maybe good. Certainly means a lot less out of the third place prize pool is going to be touched. Reset for the better stats. Well, it is touchy. It's a 1 in 8 chance for any stat that it's not guaranteed. So it is a viable strategy, but very, very slow, unless you really have to do this. Any 4-character team is going to have no problems killing Chaos or any of the super bosses at level 99. But solo characters, that is a different matter. So we can take a long time on. We have, I believe, 2 minutes on the initial value that we are looking for. That is on eternity. Yeah, so we're going to 159 here. Yeah, Solo Fighter did nothing. Solo Black Belt, I think we got a couple of HP gains, and that's about it. Solo Black Belt needs early HP because you take a lot more damage until you get your level ups. And you don't have the nice sword bonuses that a fighter gets. Just a very big jump in power from being able to buy things. But Black Belt needs kind of very minimal tending to. It was really the mages where we started doing the resets for level ups. And Thief is pretty much being treated as a mage. So we're getting intelligence points and strong HP gains, which is what old mages did. But we might even be getting not a lot more in terms of work to be done than the Black Mage. We're going to 50 int. That's roughly how many int levels Black Mage needed. Stamina good for Black Belt. We mostly need the HP gains for just early game survival. And we don't really care. It's otherwise going to be a pretty good number of stamina gains on their own. They will eventually hit 99 hit points really fast. We just need to like get like 500-600 for Lich. All right, let's go all the way up here. 159. Got a Red Fang, not what we want. Tempted to push the third place time down a bit so I don't have to spend as long on each of these. Like, it's a pretty big wait for how long we have until the timer is complete for us. So I'm wondering what to put it at. Because 158 is sitting here for a minute plus. This first thing we do is jump to 130. And I should be able to get all my fangs between 130 and 101. I need specifically red, white, and blue. The first one is any of the three. Second one is going to be any of the two that we haven't gotten. The third one's going to be the hardest because it's a specific item. So as long as we have enough times left by the time we get to the third one, we should be fine. This way I can use all of my second place times, which we will hopefully get some elixirs and the Hermes shoes on. Version 6, it would be nice to get one of those. If I don't plan to do bonus dungeons. Alright, 130. Red curtain. Alright, so we got our first curtain in. 2 more to go. We're looking for white and blue. I don't accidentally finish too fast. Any Ryans here? There are no Ryans, but there are thieves. Horrible, horrible thieves. This one's gonna be 129. We're looking for white and blue curtains now. Go to the Frog Game Fantasy 2. There is a kind of exploit. I want the GBA version. I don't think it works in the Pixar Master version, but basically you have the same sequence of puzzles. So you can play through it, get all the matches, write down where everything is, reset, and then reload it, and it'll be the same sequence again. So you can pretty easily get the highest result, and that'll work for just destroying all of the bonuses there. Blue Fang, nope. But at least it's a nope a little bit faster. Yeah, 120. Oh man, nothing but turbo ethers. That would be sad. You would at least have a pretty good chance. We did this for Black Mage, which was just take like a block of 5. Say we want to get 2 elixirs out of 5. Reset if we don't get it. You'll eventually have a decent number, and I don't know what decent's gonna look like for the Thief. You're gonna need a bunch of rounds of buffs, but it's not an outrageous number. So I think if we have 10 full recovers, we should be totally fine on Chaos. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Spider Silk, nope. 127. So we're getting one of our 3 curtains. Down to white and blue. White one is especially important because that's Ice 2. That's Lich's first spell. Hopefully you're killing Lich before he's really getting around to the Fire 2 and Lich 2. Maybe GVP. Considering that we are already thinking about fighting Lich, it's going really well. Farming out a couple of utility items to use against him. This is going to be the first decent-sized 15 puzzle. The second one's going to be for the elixirs. That one's going to be more aggressive when we go to Chaos. Another Fang. I ended up not needing Fangs, was a big surprise. We got first try on Astos with melee, which is kind of a wild result for the Thief, even with a bunch of level ups. I was not expecting it to go anywhere close to that well. So I think we got a very big break in Astos being a pretty simple fight. I know Lich is not going to be simple. This has been one of the tougher fights for a lot of the character classes solo. Is just getting strong enough to deal with the first Fiend. Because after this, you get a lot of bonuses. You'll get the Power Glove, you'll get a Ribbon, you'll probably get a couple of defensive upgrades like Opal Bracelet, Pro Ring. It's just all around so much better. And you really don't have a lot of difficult things until you hit Chaos at the end. Even the Fiend refights are not that bad. Any solo extra content? Well, we have done a couple of times versus Omega and versus Shinru on our solo character challenges. They've been pretty good. $126. 4, 5, 6. Cockatrice Claw. Alright, still at 1 curtain. I won't get really picky about it for a little bit longer. Much as possible, I want to avoid having to do a bunch of resets here because it's a lot slower getting back into the 15 puzzle than it is throwing an extra attempt or 2 at it. So usually the strategy is to take like a block of 5 and then look for a good enough result. Which if right now we got a choice of 2 curtains, it should be pretty easy. $25, 15 seconds to go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blue curtain. All right, we're down to just the white curtain now. I think it's like 8 items in the prize pool. So another 1 and 8. We are very, very used to those. $24. Might be a while before we do any of the bonus content runs. These are going to be probably published in a fair bit of ways. I've got a lot of backlog for some of these challenge runs to go through. But there's definitely things going up. Solo PlayStation Thief is the current one. That one is where you will see the true horrors of Astos. This is why everyone is afraid of Astos and not really much else for the PlayStation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cockatrice Claw. Second one of those. One, 23. Alright, this is turning out to be decently relaxing. If I don't get the blue curtain, that's probably the one that's not super concerning. She'll be the last of the three. But with 23 tries, I'm pretty confident we're gonna get. Right, it might be worth dropping our total down a little bit so that we get faster playthroughs for these. All right, 1, 2, 3. Red flag, nope. I was just going to permanently lose my ability to get third place times once I go to our next item. So reserving space on this leaderboard for third place time is not a super high priority. I can go down to like, say 110 here. We'll save out and I just do a bunch. And we can stop whenever we get the last curtain. Grab the Hermes shoes at that point. And that should be fine. I can go to 106 probably. That gives me a block of 5 to work with. Go with 1 through 5. Reset if you don't get it. Should be a good compromise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Blue Fang, I mean, that's close. It's not what we want, but it's close. Let's double check. Red curtain, check. Blue curtain, check. I need white curtain, never mind. That would have been really bad if I had taken a blue curtain and said we're done. White curtain's probably the most important one to have. Of course, it's going to be the one that we get last. This one's 105. Do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I want to see a white curtain. Spider silk. You can make white curtains out of spider silk, probably. This might count. 104. Records, we need just one. I'm looking for one of each curtain. After Lich, there's no need for elemental resistances, because we'll be able to get the ribbon in not a short amount of time, but there's not a lot of interesting battles in between there and the ribbon. So if I can survive Lich, that's the only place curtains are required. 3, 4. White curtain, there we go. So that is curtains done. Next thing we want to get is Hermes shoes. Now this is my same block as my elixirs, so I gotta be kind of careful that we don't burn too many of those. So here's the deal. We're going from 59 down to 55. I want to see 2 items out of that block of 5. Hermes shoes counts. Elixirs count. I would count emergency exit initially. Although we only need like 1 emergency exit, so it's not a super high priority. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Turbo Ether! That's terrible. What if we get a prize or time that's not in the top 3? So if you are not in the top 3, you just get a potion. I think it's also a small amount of money. But it is definitely not going to help us out. One's 58, yep. Everyone have a good night. Pleasant dreams. And hopefully your dreams are not invaded by thieves. Seven, 8, another Turbo Ether. All right, not a good start for this block. $57. Gotta get 2 out of 3 at this point. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Emergency exits. Sorry, that counts for right now, although you do not need a lot of those. Honestly, you probably don't need any emergency exits. Just in case it becomes relevant, it's good to have one. $56. Got 2 more tries in this block. As soon as I get my first Hermes shoes, I can stop. For now. And then we come back and do the rest of this once we are ready to go fight the Lich. Number 2, which will be a ways away. Hermes shoes! There we go, we can stop. Alright. That's everything we need for right now. And with that, I am pretty confident we can beat our first fiend. We've got our maximum attacks per round and a haste on top, so that's 16 hits. That's a lot of damage, even if each individual hit is not particularly impressive. These are multiplying. They will do that unless you thoroughly wipe the area down with bleach. Alright. We're just going to take a nice leisurely stroll to the bottom of the Earth Cave. Everything's going to be fine. There may be occasional ambushes, which is completable. But in this, no problems. So we got our experience in good shape. If I can't kill Lich, then it's back to the Earth Elemental farming. So I do have a spot halfway down the dungeon. Not ideal, but it would work. And I've got enough high potions that we can pretty easily do 10 level ups, which better be enough. Probably the biggest thing that levels would help with is magic defense. To this point, magic defense is not bad. We don't get a lot of magic defense because the thief is, well, just not very good. But we got levels. And being a higher level than you are expected to be means that we are going to be relatively better off than most similar characters would be. So we get stuck in wizards for like a minute. We can probably get through here and over to Lich. Let's start our tries up. That is 4 consecutive wizard encounters. Here's where it's really nice on the nice version, where you've got predictable sequences of encounters. Even if it is making encounters unavoidable, which means you cannot sneak through dungeons without fights. There would be a limit to the number of consecutive wizard battles you can have in a row. It'd be like, maybe 3. Probably only 2, in fact. Everything else here, except for maybe cockatrices, is fine. Cockatrice is only a problem from a running perspective. Honestly, they might not even be worse than images. Images might be the worst. Cockatrice is probably a close second. Wizard's the only unrunnable you have to deal with. And they're going to be in this floor and the next one. We might almost be through the worst of it. weird thing is, that's not the last time Dan's gonna melt a stone plate. Things that you would not expect when you woke up today. Alright, there's the images. They're called Race. They've been renamed as basically every undead creature somehow had its name changed for the English localization. That's one where I don't really know why it happened, because it's so many things that got renamed from the original Famicom release to the NES version, then they're renamed back in these releases. So this is not a new set of names, it's just matching the original names. But it is like every single undead monster. As if the names are in the game, you know, it's just a different enemy that's got Wraith versus Geist versus Ghast and Spectre and so on. Why they would change which one had which in localization doesn't make any sense. Unless, like, there was a list of enemies and they got the order mixed up in some way. So that, you know, it doesn't matter after the fact that, oh, this enemy should have been called a different thing for like 6 different ones. It's confusing in the remake aspect of it. Confused. Worry no longer. Where does top? So it's our first of the 4 fiends. 673 health is pretty good. I am feeling pretty confident about this one. Need to have the white curtain before Lich does Ice 2. We'll have a little bit of time before Fire 2 and Lit 2. So red and blue curtains can be delayed a bit. I'll be able to Hermes shoes and see how much damage we're doing in between. Lich did not wait for my white curtain. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, Tolerant, is that they're probably translating a list of strings, and the list was out of order compared to what it should have been. But as long as you are consistent with all your translations, it's going to be perfectly functional. Like, it doesn't seem like they're weird names for the base. They could more or less be interchanged to whatever you want. There's days 2. And now we take way, way less damage. This is cutting it by at least a half. Sometimes it's like a third. Maybe does the sleep. That's going to be doing our high magic defense. Hermes shoes on. And let's see how much damage we're doing. It's not a great number, but it is a number. We're going to need a couple of rounds. This is exactly why I wanted to get all these curtains. So that when he gets around to Lit 2 and Fire 2, which is almost certainly going to happen, we are not at a deficit for those turns. And this should mean that we are net positive for any high potion rounds that we use. Like every 3 physical attacks is going to be a high potion. Now it's going to be every 1.5. So you really can't afford to be a net negative on the spells. What did he hit by this? Dan got hit by this. No, Dan. Why would you do that? All right, 1 and 4 to break out of it. Hopefully, we break out of this. Hopefully, we don't get slowed. He broke out of it, but he got slowed. But we were close enough that we still won anyway. And that's how the Lich crumbles. Lich done in one night. All right. Thief is doing better than expected. This is faster than the Lich time on Black Mage. No, Black Mage probably is going to have a much easier time for the second half of the game, but it's fine. So it doesn't set you to one hit. Yeah, basically is +1, -1 for your multiplier on it, instead of setting your multiplier to 0, which is what the NS version does. So instead you've got 0, 1, 2, you can go plus and -1. You can't go over the numbers. So repeat it slow as repeat it fast, don't do anything. Well, the way slow works is slightly different. Thank you, Lich. But Dan really struggles to get away from wolves. And soon, Dan will be getting his very own canoe. I might be able to make it into Ordeals. We're definitely not going to finish our zombie grind. That's going to be a pretty hefty adventure. But I'm wondering exactly where's the best place to stop. My original plan was actually to stop after beating Vampire. And I was wondering, oh, maybe I'm going to need 5.5, 6 hours for that. No, it's gone pretty well. So now we got to do some other things. We got Lich down. Don't know if I really want to do more 15 puzzle here at the end. That seems like a nice block to have right before Chaos. So we just get through a bunch of ordeals and at least get Dan parked at the zombie Ds. Kind of the reason I'm thinking about it is I like to have the start of the night not be like, oh, we're going to jump right into a grind for an hour. But we don't have a lot of other things in between here in the next grind. Let's move this level up. 1,000. Alright, so we probably get the next level before we go over there. That'll be something. Yeah, PlayStation is a very different experience. PlayStation's got a much, much harder Astos, but a bit of an easier Lich. And you don't have any 15 puzzle to help you out. So that's just completely off the table. So it can be very rough at times. We're getting rid of all these fangs, don't need these. Definitely don't need ethers. There's some more fangs. How do we get so many fangs getting these curtains? We got 3 fangs per curtain. That's a ridiculous number of turbo ethers. That's everything. We're going to keep the emergency exit. Guess we'll keep the remedies in case I need to get something recovered for any reason. Keep poking at these old men. Today's not gonna be a problem. Yeah, 2 days should be pretty easy. It might be enough time to do some bonus dungeons at this rate. I'm going to 50 int. I need 28 more points of int. That's a fair bit of levels that are going to need to get massaged a lot. I have, I think, 11 guaranteed. So that's 17 that we have to roll. Everything else is probably okay. This is maybe about a similar-ish amount as what the Black Mage had to get for intelligence at this point. Maybe even less. I'm gonna check 36. 36 might be guaranteed hit. Yeah. I'm looking at that. Well, do I really need HP at this point? Probably not. 673 is easily more than enough to hit 999. I guess we could just take anything that's got an int level. So if you have int guarantee, which is going to be like every 6 level ups, you get a freebie. And other than that, you need about 50% of the remaining ones. All right, strength, intelligence, luck, done. 36 is in the bag. Yeah, Zombie D is going to be worse with double Zombie Ds. I'm not going to have a great time with those. Like, what I might do. Here's what we could think about. Ordeals might be 2 parts. I think part 1 is just going in, getting the stuff out of the ordeals. And then tomorrow we start off with the Ice Cave, do most of the grinding there. And the reason I might need to go back for Zombie Ds later is for the Mega Elixir drops. So I think we do Ice Cave at a much lower level. This should be enough to one-shot the eye. I think we've easily hit the damage numbers that we need to. If we're one-shotting Earth Elementals, I bet the eye is pretty straightforward. So our leveling process is going to be in a spot where we have only one enemy, which is what the Thief really needs. You're just so bad at AoE attacks, and I really doubt that a Zeus Gauntlet's going to one-shot the Zombie Ds anytime soon, even with a couple of intelligence multipliers. So you're not going to be able to do the Zombie pack until you've got the Mage Staff. Yeah, Mage Staff will do it once we have really kind of bumped it up a bit. I want to say when you're at 40 int for the white and black mages, that was enough to one-shot them. I don't think you had to go all the way to 50. So I believe we'll have at least a little bit of wiggle room afterwards, and then we can get the rest of the levels at that point. And hopefully get some Mega Elixirs on the way. Here we go. So the last thing for the night is going to be this bit of ordeals. It'll be satisfying. That makes the eye grind less stressful. The eye grind is, I have found to be really not that bad. Once you've got the ribbon on, you're doing pretty good. Magic defense is getting pretty high. And what I like about the NES version is you don't have to worry about the off-tile encounters. And it's not that they're really hard for these remakes. It's that it subtly throws you off on that rhythm of going back and forth. So you really have to think about which direction do I need to go next. And I fall down the pit like at least 2 or 3 times. 3820 to go. I really doubt I need the heal staff. If anything, we could just use the heal helmet, and that'll be perfectly fine for any type of HP recovery. Be lovely to have that heal 2 staff from the Final Fantasy 5 dungeon, but if you can get there, you can probably get past chaos. Thief getting mad disrespect. Well, the Thief was expected to have a much worse time versus Astos. That's the one where we got kind of a interesting surprise in that Astos seems to have way less physical defense, which means you don't have to farm out like 12 fangs to kill him. Saves a ton of time. And it wasn't that it was going to be a really hard fight. Like, I was expecting it to be just kind of boring. Because it's a lot of 15 puzzle time. And then you go in there and you hope to not get rubbed. You hopefully don't get a whole bunch of status elements on you. Although, honestly, with the number of times that you're going to get the fangs, you're going to have the curtains, no problem. And so you would have been able to get red curtain, blue curtain up, so lit 2 and fire 2 were doing nothing. And at that point, you're probably fine. You know, it's just the 30 minutes that you spend farming out the items that you need to fight them. It was just kind of a shock that it worked. Put the Zeus Skullin up first. Just so that we got that at the ready. Alright, here's our bit of science. Zeus Gauntlet versus Zombie at this intelligence level is going to be doing 92 damage, which is not even close. Sword's doing 120, which is not even that much better. There's 185. 185 is going to be one-shotting eyes. That's probably reasonable. And we might as well get one level up while we're here. Even though we've been accumulating intelligence points all the time, I have roughly the same intelligence as a Black Mage at level 1. Just to put it into perspective. Alright, so this level up is 26 HP, Strength, Agility. We got a Mega Elixir! Alright, well, we gotta take that one. 37 might not get an endpoint. But it does get a first try Mega Elixir. And that is pretty good. Alright, so I will do these until I get a Zombie without a Mega Elixir. Then we can leave, and that'll be a good place to stop for the night. Drop rate, it's about 1%. It's really, really not very many Mega Elixirs for a lot of Zombies. We need to kill 2 more, and then the third one is the level up. Okay, the damage range is so big because we are just barely clearing the threshold for damaging them. So if you're on the low end, you're getting like 1s, and then after you're out of the low end, then all of your damage points turn into useful damage. So the swing is really big. Speaking of swinging things, I should probably be swinging the Dragon Sword. That might do a little bit more damage. It's a bit better. 2 shots him. Alright, dang it, level up. 4. Luck. Got a second Mega Elixir. Alright, this is the rules. Gotta get another level. That's just what you have to do. At least the Dragon Sword does more damage. The 2-shot here is pretty good. We need another double. Be nice to get a single so we have less work to do. Is it a 2% chance with 2 of them? It's kind of weird because you cannot get multiple items at the same time. So when you've got more than one enemy in a group that could drop an item, I'm not quite certain how it does the odds on it. Like some games, it's just like whatever's the last thing you kill is the only one that's got a chance. All right, Dingalo, 4, agility, luck, no Mega Elixirs. Gotta try again. Now we're looking for the endpoint. 39. It broke the streak. And it was all over. $28, got the HP and agility. Do a couple more tries. And we can get the level pretty much wherever we want to. Just kind of nice getting here when you've got the really high experience before you go to the ice cave where you might have some bad encounters on the way to the eye. And then you can start getting the XP there. Don't want to spend time for that. For agility. I mean, if we get nothing else, just getting the 2 Mega Elixirs super fast is a really big win. It's taking pressure off of getting the elixirs out of the 15 puzzle, so I don't have to be as aggressive about doing blocks of those. For agility. Take a couple more cracks at it. Downside of this, and also the eye grind for that matter, is that you don't have very many variations for your RNG state to be in. You're going to get pretty much the same fights over and over again. And the big problem with that is you are going to have a really hard time getting a 1-8. It either happens immediately, or it basically never happens. So we've seen agility by itself, which is the bare minimum. That one's guaranteed here. The luck point is a bonus. And if you are a ninja, which you should not be, look to get bonus MP as well. Strength, agility. All right, that's new. Couple more cracks at it. I'll go until 505, and then that is the end of our day 1 adventure. We don't want to steal too much of the amazing leveling content from tomorrow. Gonna have a lot of level ups tomorrow. See, it stops drawing the paralysis symbol every time they attack me, so I can't quite tell if he's breaking out of it repeatedly and getting put back into it, or if it is just unlucky. 29, I got the HP gain, agility, stamina, luck. No endpoint. Otherwise, that was a pretty funny fight. What is our int actually at right now? 23. So we got a pretty large gap before the next time that we have an actual int breakpoint happen. 24 strength, agility. Still seeing new ones. A couple minutes here. Start with the top. All right, that was the same pattern of attacks that we had on the single zombie. So this is going to be a couple of hits past that one. And that one's going to be agility luck. 3 more tries. I think 56 is new. Maybe not. 5670 seems familiar. This should not kill the dragon. It killed the dragon. It did not get a good gain. All right, 2 more tries. "82 paralyzed." That seems new. I kind of remember one that we had a while ago with this breakout of 2. 28 agility. Yeah, I think we had that one before. Final try. This one's gonna get it. Four. Agility. It did not get it. All right. That is going to be it for our ordeal strip. We got the 2 mega elixirs. That was a pretty big win. Is where we can come back to later if we need to. In the meantime, we'll see if we get something nice on the way back out of here. Take a couple cracks at it with different fights. How about the Hydrus? 4 agility. I would really like to get the level before the end of the night just so I don't have to remember to get it at the start. It will definitely surprise me if I do not get it now. 4 Sphinxes is a surprise. Was not expecting this. But you know what? If you want to see some RNG state that we have not had anywhere else, this is a lot of hits. Yeah, Dragon Sword's really not that much different than the other swords. Rune, Coral, and Dragon can all be used by the Thief. They are about 1 point of damage difference. Just depends on what type of enemy that you would like to do extra damage to. And we had a stretch where Rune was the best choice. Dragon is the best choice against the zombies. But if you're on neutral enemies, it doesn't really matter. 4 Strength, Agility. The Sphinxes, they were not it. Except for the Giant Sword, which is very, very slightly better. All of the mid-tier elemental swords are almost identical to a long sword with like a +1 or 2. Alright, this is what I want. The satisfaction of a sea battle. Oh, it's so nice. Go potion. It's nice playing on the original map. At least we know where we're going. That is a plus. I've got high potions to restock. And this will be the very, very it of our playthrough tonight. We are one fight away. Almost anything would be a level up here. Well, it's going to have to wait until tomorrow. Okay. I mean, I'm way past where I thought I'd be. I'm going to count the zombie Ds as kind of done because we're going to go back there probably. I might change my mind on that. We don't really need the zombie Ds split yet, probably. Just so we know what we've got. 4 deals, you know, mostly accounted for. I've got our adventure saved here for